Alright. We are going live, gonna announce it in the Discord, yeah. This copy link. Uh-oh. No, we can't have that. Idle on this screen so we don't spoil everything. Hey, Cass! I'm still getting set up. But, yeah, it's time for a fresh start. Fresh playthrough of Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn. Alright, then I take this message that I put in my Discord, and I send it to all the other ones. So, there was a lot of getting my hotbars figured out, so, that was fun. I still don't know if they're perfect, but I figured you didn't want to watch me mess with character creation and hotbars while getting everything set up. Aha. Hopefully we're all enjoying our Tuesday so far. I can't see chat right now, so... Okay. I think we are good. Maybe you do like character creation. Well, alright, I have my character ready to go, but it wasn't character creation necessarily, but it was getting all my hotbars dragged around and resized, and I don't know. If y'all want to see it, I could just do it again. I know what I want. So... and I am going to be making a new character for this. Like, this is the character I made to test, but if you guys want, I can make a new character. So, we shall see. I'll give people a little bit to show up. How are we all doing? Are we excited? Gonna enter the realm of Eorzea. See, I have a little Benui. He's got antennas like I do. He's just like me for real. I'm so happy. It's so good. It's free. You can come play the game with me if you want. No pressure. But like, if y'all want to come hang out, you can. Oh yeah, it's Valentine's Day. I forgot. It's alright. There's a Valentine's Day event going on right now. With like a special 2-person dungeon. And they'll rate you on like your compatibility or how in sync you are. Which I have not actually done yet. A friend of mine was gonna go through it with me later today. So a little bit. If you queue in by yourself, the game will just throw somebody else solo queue in with you. So you get your Square Enix assigned partner. I know, computers scream, Cass. I know. It's alright. There is no hurry. Because that's great, like, even if, like, you can go and do older content with your friends. I could talk about this game for hours. I love this game. It's so good. But, you don't want to hear me just talk about it. You want to see me play the game. So, I'm gonna open this with, the opening cinematics to the game. I'm just gonna let you enjoy the end of Final Fantasy 1.0, and oh my goodness, I will talk about it, don't worry, but I want you to see the end of 1.0 and the beginning of A Realm Reborn, because that is what this opening movie and demo and title are. I think A Realm Reborn demo and title, this should have what the opening movie has, plus some extra stuff. Right? So, it's called Final Fantasy XIV A Realm Reborn. Because 1.0, the first Final Fantasy XIV, yeah! Hi, Hex. The first Final Fantasy XIV sucked. It was not optimized, it was very buggy, it was just not a good game. And so when the current game producer got a hold of it, he said, all right, we gotta get rid of this and make this work. How do we do that? And, you know, from a code perspective, it was just delete everything and start over. Rewrite everything. But, like, what do you do about the game? So, in-game, there were 2 moons, and one of the moons started getting bigger and bigger and bigger and turning red, and people were like, what's going on? And this culminates in this cinematic, which played right before they shut the servers down. This is the Battle of Cartano Flats, which occurs 7 years ago in-game, when the Garlean Empire made its final push to invade the land of Eorzea. Many, many adventurers died this day, and the members of the 3 allied city-states suffered a very nasty defeat. But, if we were defeated, why did the Garlean Empire not conquer us? Because this legion that is currently fighting the Eorzeans was also defeated. And if both armies were defeated, well, who won? Well, that question will be answered shortly. Because that moon is hanging pretty low in the sky right now, and it's got all those weird things sticking out of it. Because that isn't necessarily a natural satellite. In fact, it's definitely not. It is an artificial satellite created by the Allegan Empire. But why did they create an artificial moon? It was a prison containing the Elder Primal Bahamut, who is now free. Bahamut is the winner of this battle, not the Garleans, not the Eorzeans. Bahamut wins. In the face of Eorzea, the landscape was changed forever. And this is the 7th calamity to befall Eorzea, as far as the historical record is concerned. This was their justification for, hey, everything's different now because, well, this happened. Apocalypse. The world burned. But not all is lost. That Up there is Archon Louis Soir, possibly the greatest mage of the time, standing in defiance to Bahamut. Oh yeah, the music in this game is so good. These people you're seeing are the Science of the Seventh Dawn. They safeguard the realm of Eorzea from realm-scale threats, like Bahamut. And they are working together with Louis Soir to cast some kind of binding magic here. Those symbols are kind of like the Eorzean zodiac, or the 12 astrological symbols, each associated with a calendar month. But alas, that binding magic did not work so good. And so with one last desperate attempt, Louis Soir casts the Warriors of Light, those heroes, elsewhere, and embraces his fate. By the way, that little, like, old elf dude sees the fire and is consumed by it. That is a meme. People have posted that elsewhere, and not everyone knows it's from FF14. So, now we're in the present day, cinematic-wise. It's been 7 years. Life still goes on. Those banners represent the 3 free companies, or the grand companies of Eorzea, one for each city-state. So, you know, life goes on. People are alive and well. But the realm was changed forever. And I wasn't around back in 1.0 days. I don't know what it was like. I only know people talking about it. I only know records. Hey, welcome, Lyra. Yeah, it's worth the fuss. We are watching the opening cutscene to A Realm Reborn. Just because, you know, life goes on and everything can be happy in the cities doesn't mean things are safe. This is showing the dangers lurking in the dark forests and the high mountains. That's a behemoth. Behemoths can summon meteors, and they will kill you if you do not have adequate defenses against them. Oh, that's the Crystal Tower. Oh. Here are our heroes, transported 7 years into the future, which is our present day. So if you had a character back in 1.0, the game has dialogue that will reflect that. That, oh, you were there, and then they warp you forward. But alas, I will not be getting that. I was late to the party. I got involved 2 expansions ago, between Stormblood and Endwalker, and Shadowbringers. Hey, chocobos! We love chocobos. A staple of the Final Fantasy genre. Naoki Yoshida, producer and director, still in charge to this day, and has done a phenomenal job, in my opinion. But there it is. Alright. So I will make a new character, because people were wanting to see the character creation. I do have a character in mind, so I will... there are 4 North American data centers. Dynamis is the newest one, so that's why I'm playing over here. So if you want to make a new character, these are the places to do it. Whoops, hold on. New character, here we go. And I'm going to have to make a new character anyway, so you see the intro cutscene. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a new character, but then after going through the intro cutscene, I'm going to switch to the character I already made. So that way y'all get an idea of how the character creation looks and works. So, we have a number of races. Here are your bog standard humans. Nothing, y'all know what a human is. I don't need to explain that. Elezen are the elves of the FF14 world. They tend to be a lot taller, a bit more attenuated. Lalafell are small. They are potato. Lalafell are also the best. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Mikode are your cat boys and cat girls. Rogadin are your big large. Rogadin have one of the more dramatic gender differences in how male and female are built. But Aura also. Aura female are much smaller than the male. In fact, I think Aura females are the third shortest race gender, only taller than Lalafell. There are Hrothgar, who are big fuzzy liony cat people, and then Viera, which are Bunui. As far as like character design and armor goes, if you want to play a character that is has very fantasy, i.e. revealing fantastic armor, Final Fantasy's got you covered. If you want very practical covering armor that looks functional, Final Fantasy's got you covered. Do you want to wear blue jeans, a t-shirt, and a trench coat? Final Fantasy's got you covered. The glamour game in this game is insane. The true end game of this game is glamour, right? Like, getting characters to high level just for the sake of being able to wear all the cool clothes, that is a very legitimate thing in this game. And doing side content just to unlock outfits. So, I unfortunately do not engage too much with the glamour system, just because I tend not to prioritize appearance. But, if that is something that interests you, there is a lot of depth to those systems. So, I think I'll go through how I made my Viera, right? Because I made my Viera character. You have 2 sub-races for each character race you can pick. I believe I made... And you can see how they have different starting attributes. That does not matter, right? It's like, it has like a couple points difference. That will not matter at a high level. Even at a low level, it really does not matter. So, when you're making your character, make whatever you want. All races and genders and everything, it doesn't matter. They are all equal in terms of gameplay ability. But, I have made a Rava, so you can adjust height. You can choose different faces. It's not like a super robust character creator, but it's pretty good. Oh, the glamour system is so good. Ooh, I like the mustache, or the goatee there. So we'll go with that face. Various options for skin color. And the skin color variants change, because you'll note none of these are very pale. If I go back to here, and I go to Vina, I have many different options for skin color, right? So some of your customization options are going to depend on your character's subrace. Tall, face, color. Go with the darker, is like black, like robot. Hairstyles. So eventually, both Hrothgar and Viera are going to be able to wear hats. Unfortunately, the devs have not implemented hats for these characters yet. So your hairstyle is kind of what you get. Eventually, they're going to go and let hats work with these characters, but at the moment, just their head shape and the ears made it so that retooling every hat in the game to make them work with these characters just wasn't feasible. And, like, maybe they could have done it, but then we wouldn't have gotten some new game system. And so it was a matter of, what do we prioritize, right? The hats or a new gameplay system? And, you know, the director chose new gameplay system. So, there it is. Also, you'll note there weren't any female Hrothgar. That is going to be implemented eventually. In fact, male Viera did not exist until maybe 2 or 3 patches ago. Not 3 patches ago. 4 major patches ago, I believe. So kind of recently, but not too recently. Ooh, a lot of hair. I like this hair. What about that hair? And you can do, you know, normal hair colors, or you can go very wild fantasy hair colors, like... And that could just be your natural hair color. Let's go with purple. I like purple. Oh, you know what? No, let's go with teal. Yeah, where is it? That's too light. Darker teal. That's too green. Yeah, okay. I think that's... I'd rather go with more blue than more green. Jawline. Get like a few options here. Eye shape. You got some options here. Large or small irises. Eye color. Oh, and you can do odd eyes too, so I can have, you know... Well, it's like some form of heterochromia. It's not central heterochromia is when within one eye, it has 2 colors. I don't know what the word is for 2 different colored eyes. It's like something heterochromia, but you can have that if you want. Eyebrows, nose shape, mouth shape. These are all pretty standard. Oh yeah, you can do ears. So I can floppy bunny ears. No, if they are to be proper antennae, they must be large and tall. How long you get your ears. Different facial features. This is where some facial hair is put, as well as some, like, extra bonus options. Tattoos. Different races have different, like, facial features and tattoo options as well. Face paint, I think, is fairly consistent. Some of it, like, you can see here, there's, like, an eyeshadow kind of deal you can do. Or, like, a blush. Or you can put, like, a little butterfly on. Or something. One of my characters has cat whisker makeup. Which is fun. Many options. And then you can change your character's, your voice, which... Complete heterochromia. Thank you, Cass. Your character's voice, which, hold on, is chat not showing up? Because... Or maybe I'm just not seeing it. Your character doesn't have any, like, voice lines, but there's, like, vocalizations you'll do in combat, you know, shouts, cheers, roars of despair, who knows. So, this is what determines that. So it's mostly just voice pitch that you're picking here. And you can, like, listen to them. And there's a little bit of personality that comes through with them as well. And you can, there's like 5 different types of voice lines. So this is type 5, right? So this is the angry voice. And there's like cheering. Oops, let me zoom out a little bit. Laughing. Agreeing and disagreeing. And after that, you get to pick your character's birthday, which, as far as I'm aware, has literally no gameplay effect. So I usually just pick the day I make them, right? But since it's a 32-day calendar for each month, sometimes if you translate it to, Earth time, you can get a couple days that are the same day. So, and then you get to pick your character's patron deity. And these are the 12, which these symbols are the same symbols we saw in that opening cutscene. This is what Louis Sois was summoning to bind Bahamut. As far as I'm aware, this also has no gameplay effect, so it's just for funs. Some of these deities are more prominent than others. For example, the city of Ul'dah, which is one of the 3 starting cities, worships Nald Thal, which is the twin god of death and taxes. Overseer of the underworld and god of commerce. Which is very fitting for Ul'dah, because, if you've got no coin, you've got no hope. It's all capitalism all the time in Ul'dah. Which is not great, but don't worry. The game handles social issues very well, I think. And there is very much this undercurrent of justice and hope and the struggle of how do you make the world better when you're dealing with flawed people and flawed things. It's so good. Let's go with Thaliak, god of knowledge and guardian deity of Sharlayan. And then you get to pick your starting class. Now this matters because this will determine A, where you start, and B, what class you are at the beginning of the game. Unlike a lot of other games, you can change your class at any time. Admittedly, I think you have to get to level 10 first, but you can do that in an hour, that's easy. So you get to level 10, and then you can gain the ability to pick a different class. And then when you do that, you keep all your progress in your first class, and you are now a level 1 of whatever your new class is. And you can level up your new class. But then let's say you decide, actually this sucks. I want to go back to being, my first class. You don't lose any progress from your first class. You can pick up right where you left off. So you can do everything in the game on one character. You don't need to make a separate character to try out an alt or to try out a new class. You can just do it on your character. And in fact, there's some classes that are only available after you've gotten to a certain level in game. I think there's a couple that open up at level 30. There's some that open up at level 50. There's 1 or 2 that open up at level 60 and 2 that open up at level 70. So even if you really like your class, eventually maybe you'll just have the option to take a new one and you go, hey, that looks cool. One of my goals on my main character is to do every class to maximum level. Oh yeah, there's no FOMO in this game. Any timed event, you'll be able to get the stuff in that event later. You might need to buy it on the cash shop, right? If you miss the event, it'll still be available to you, just not for free. But even in PvP, where there's a limited time release of certain series rewards, if you then later decide, oh man, dang, I want to do PvP, but I missed all those cool PvP rewards, you're good. They've promised that they'll be added to the game later, and you won't have to miss out on anything. Which I love. This game does not force you to play it. And in fact, the creator has gone on and said, hey, if you're not having fun and you just feel like you need to play our game, don't do that. Go play something else. The whole point is they want to provide an experience that is fun for the player. And I think that decision shines through in the game design. And that's one of the reasons I love it so much. It's one of the reasons this is the only subscription game I play. But let's, at this point, I'm gonna back out and go play Oh, wait, no. Because I have to show you the starting cutscene. So, hold on a moment. I'm going to very quickly redo this. Load appearance data. I make characters a lot just for fun, so I have a lot of saved appearances. But this is the character I want to play. So we'll pick today. Boop, 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 boop. And we'll start as an Arcanist. So I will be playing on Merilith, because that's where I've already put most of my stuff. Honestly, you can play pretty much wherever, and it won't matter, because you can actually move between data centers. There are some limitations, like I think you can only get a house on your home server. You can only join free companies on your home server. But you can, if you have friends on other data centers, go over and play with them if you want to. Most of my characters are actually on the Crystal data center, but since I'm, doing a new thing with some new people, and Crystal is kind of impacted, you can't actually make characters anywhere on the Crystal data center. It is way too crowded. So I'm over here on Dynamis. This is the new data center. These 4 new servers. That's why they got the little stars. So if you make characters on them, you get XP bonuses. Let's go with Merilith. And... Right. This character isn't going to persist, as I'm going to switch to another character because I already got their hotbars all set up. But this will let us watch the opening cutscene, your introduction to Eorzea. Yes, do it! Download FFXIV. Embrace the mind virus. Don't worry, we're normal here. God, I love this game so much. It's so good. Yes, Lyra, do it! Yeah, they have incentives for make a character on a less crowded server, and if you want to do a character transfer from a congested server to a new server, it is free, and they give you in-game stuff to incentivize it. Actually, I don't know if... I'm pretty sure it's... I know they give you in-game stuff to incentivize it, and I'm pretty sure it's free. I have to double check on that. Yeah, no, the devs in this game know what they're doing. They've got this... It's... I love this game! It's so good! Yeah, it is, because that's the thing. The people who make this game play their own game. Like, Yoshi P mains Black Mage. And so, it's sort of... Yeah. Oh, that's Heidelin. That is the Mother Crystal, speaking to us. There are referral things, so if you are going to actually pay money for the game, let me know, because I have a friend code I can give you, and then you and I will both get free stuff. If you're just making a free account, though, if you are not sure, or you just want to try the game, make a free account, because you can play it all the way through level 60, that's the whole base game, the whole first expansion, for free. Definitely try it out, and then if you go through all that and you're like, wow, I really like this, then buy it. Alright? Because once you go off of the free trial, you cannot go back to the free trial. Oh, who's this asshole? He's got the spooky evil aura. Oh? Ooh! We have cool armor now. And then... Oi! You alright, lad? And then we launch Skyrim, and we wake up in the back of a cart, except no, we're in Limsa, so we're in a boat. The other two city-states, you start in the back of a cart. So I can't make the Skyrim joke. Dang. Ah, you were moaning in your sleep and sweating buckets besides. Rolling to the ship got your stomach churning, has it? Don't seem like seasickness now that I look at you. That'll be the ether then, I reckon. Some are more sensitive to the stuff than others, see? And we ain't too far from Vilbrand now, which is chock full of etherites. No need to fret, though. You'll soon get used to it. Ah, might as well have been bloomin' seasickness. Ship's leaping around like a demented chocobo today. I reckon I might head out on deck. Get myself a breath of fresh air. Limsa is still a fair way off, in case you were wondering. Seeing as you're awake and all, how's about you keep me company till we get there? Them young'uns don't much care for conversation, see? Any road. Brennan's the name, and peddlin's me trade. I think I need to turn the music up. I can't do that until I'm out of this cutscene. Ooh, it's foggy. Ah, smell that salty sea breeze. Now then, lad, judging by your unusual garments, I'd say you were one of them new adventurers. Am I warm? I knew it. Going wherever the wind blows, seeking fortune and glory. Now that's what I call living. So long as you can avoid dying, I mean. Ain't no secret that adventuring's a risky business. These days especially. What was it that first attracted you to it? Aha. So why am I adventuring in Eorzea? Really? I suppose it would be for the love of exploration. So that's not really any of these options. Power, glory, fortune? No. None of these are correct. I follow my heart. I desire freedom. Well, if you ain't inclined to tell, I ain't about to pry. Might be as old Brennan's a chatterbox, but he sure as hells ain't no busybody. We all have a secret or three, don't we? Me? Dozens. And I'd rather they stayed secret, too, which is why I don't go sticking me nose where it ain't welcome. Just remember, though, there are more important things than fortune and glory, such as breathing. Ain't no profit in being dead, and that's a fact. Uh-oh. Ah! Ship's off the starboard bow! Pirate colors! Pirates? Bloody hells. Have you no sense? Get below! Yeah, it's a big game. Slaps roof of FFXIV. This bad boy can fit so much stuff in it. What is the world coming to? Pirates firing on a ship flying Leminsan colors? Bastards either have a boatload of balls or bugger all for brains. You can rest easy, friends. We made it out of cannon range, and no buccaneer's bark will catch this flighty temptress once the wind's in her sails. That was too bleeding close. Glad one of us kept his head on his shoulders. I reckon I'd have lost mine otherwise. If the pirates gave up the chase, we must be close to port. Let's head up on deck and have us a look, shall we? Alright, Lyra. Yeah, nice. Yeah, the registration process can sometimes be a little finicky. So if you do need help, I will assist when I am not streaming. Hey, Suno. Oh, Brennan's talking again. And by the by, is this your first trip to Limsa Lominsa? Well, yeah. It is? Well, then let this journeyed itinerant tell you the ins and outs of your destination. Limsa Lominsa prides herself on being Eorzea's foremost naval power. Weren't too long ago that the place was ruled by pirates, but thanks to the current admiral's civilizing influence, the city-state could almost pass for a respectable nation. You'd never guess she was once a rum-swilling buccaneer herself. Of course, most folk ain't so quick to change, and with a town full of liberty-loving ruffians, you can imagine how many naysayers and troublemakers she's got to deal with. Like them pirates took a fancy to us just now. Oh yeah, registering through the browser should be fine, as long as it's the same Square Enix account. I wouldn't worry about it, Lyra. And if that weren't bad enough, I've heard the Sahagin are raiding the coast just as bold as you please. Them are the sea-dwelling beastmen the locals call fishbacks, in case you didn't know. Ah, at long last, land ho! Behold Limsa Lominsa, a nation blessed by the ocean's bounty and beloved of Limlaen, goddess of navigation. Yeah, every city-state has a patron deity, and Limsa's is Limlaen.
On a windswept isle in the southwestern corner of the realm, amidst the roiling waves of the Lotano Sea, lies the maritime city-state of Limsa Lominsa. To this haven for bandits and brigands, cutthroats and curs, seekers of both freedom and fortune, comes a lone adventurer.
It's all built on cliffs on this
Lone
island.
yet not alone, for the hero's arrival has drawn the gaze of the nation's patron deity, Limlaen.
Oh, that's how you pronounce it. Whoops. My bad.
What realm-shaking fate has she descried in the churning waters of this mortal's future?
Here we are. Brand new adventurer. Off the boat. And here's where we part ways, son. I'm off to the markets to deliver my wares. Then it's on to the high road for me. Here, I want you to have this. A way of thanks for saving me arse earlier. Hey, you never did tell me your name, did you? Well, here's an idea. Become the sort of storied personage I can brag about having met, and I'll consider us square.
Through peril and hardship, discovery and triumph, may the navigator guide this brave soul on his life's voyage. Till sea swallows all.
Oh, I wish the VTuber wouldn't mess with my eyes so much. I really, really need to get better VTuber software. Hey, you there! I mean you. This is my district, and I make it my business to know all the scum that washes up in it. Of course! I am arriving in the port of debauchery. Ah, an adventurer fresh off the boat, is it? Well then. Allow one of Limsalimince's finest to set you on the right path. Hop to it, lad. I haven't got all day. Yeah. They're like... They freak out a little bit. I don't know why. I think it's because of my glasses. Alright, and now I actually get to go, except I have a UI setup that I like to use. So I am going to switch to the character I have already messed with my UI for. And then you don't have to see me futz with Windows for like 10 minutes. You know what, maybe if I clean my glasses, it'll work better. Probably. Hold on. One moment, folks. I mean, we got time. I'm in the queue, so... Not anything's really going on. But glasses are off, which means I can't see chat. Don't do anything weird, or I shall have to chastise you most severely. Ah, we are logged in. But yeah, I wanted to play an Arcanist, so since I am playing an Arcanist, I start in Limsalimince. I figure Arcanists, like, they use geometry and mathematical formulae, basically, as an approach to casting and magic. So I figured that made the most sense for my computerized robot-y self. There we go. Alright, hopefully that fixes it somewhat. Oh my god, Suno, why'd you eat my monitor? I needed that. Now I can't see. Alright. Oh. So I set up my UI, and then I forgot to do system and character config. So, first of all, let's turn the music up a bit. And hold on. I'm not going to skip cutscenes. Actually, it'll only skip it after I've seen it once, so I will skip those. And this is all just... The default settings are totally fine. I have played for a very long time and I know what I like, so... And I still haven't quite figured out how to port a character configuration from one character to another. I figured out how to mess with the hotbars and port those from one character to another, but... I have to restart the game to do it, so... Target cycling, character... I'm turning down battle effects because otherwise, I'm going to end up flashbanging chat because there's a lot of big, shiny, explodey battle effects. And so, in the interest of saving everybody's eyes and so that I can see what I'm doing, I'm going to turn those down a bit. Shiny, it'll be plenty shiny without everything on. You know what? Here, I will leave everything on, and then if it gets overwhelming, I will turn it down. I want to see all of the inventory stuff. Display pop-up. Yep. Do not show me those. Those are fine. Clocks. This is more just because I'm used to rating. So detrimental effects you inflict. You know what? Nah, I'll leave it off, because then you can see all the stuff that is going on. What that means is if a lot of people are attacking the same target and putting a lot of effects on him, it can get kind of tricky to see, wait, did I put my effect on there? This just means you only see yours, so it's very easy to tell if you've got your effect on there or not. But I'm not going to be doing rating, so... At least not on this character. Oh, percentage, always like that. And we are going to not show full names because streaming. Wait. Oh, I see. I've never had to mess with these because I've never really considered the anonymity of other players while streaming as a thing, you know? But that's important. So... NPCs, I don't think it matters, though. Just close your eyes the whole stream. No. Hot bars. We want all of those. That's correct. I don't need to mess with those. I am not going to enable that. I'm hiding the chat window behind my VTuber because I can't control what people say, and I don't want people to say slurs and get me banned on Twitch. So, sorry, you guys don't get to see the chat window. Alright. I think we're good now. So here I am. I've got, like, no skills yet. I've got sprint, the ability to teleport, or actually, not even the ability to teleport, the ability to return to a home point, and a damaging spell. And that's it. That's all I got. I'm level 1. Ah. One other thing about FF14. It is very easy for a new player to pick up. There's a lot of active help that shows up. So like initiating quests. Oh, look, it's an exclamation mark. Click on that for the quest. Very nice. Show you the rewards, little summary. Very nice. By and large, you do not have to do the side quests in this game. This kind of side quest here, that's just a yellow speech bubble with the exclamation point, these are just generic side quests. You don't need to bother with those if you don't want to. They're fun, they provide flavor, but the rewards generally aren't that good, and it's just there for fun, essentially. However, at the very beginning of the game, there are a couple you have to do. There are 2 other types of quest icon, and I will point those out when they become relevant. So we gotta go register with the Adventurers Guild, it would appear. Now then, I'm sure you're itching to explore, but adventurers are required to register their presence in the city. And without a bit of local knowledge, you're like to get your throat slit in some piss-stinking alley. So, before you do anything else, get yourself over to the Drowning Wench and enroll with the Adventurers Guild. It's not far, just head straight down this street and speak with Greffar. He'll show you how to work that big moving platform we call the Crow's Lift, and that'll take you up to the pub. Once you're there, look for a fellow by the name of Baderon. He's the proprietor of the Wench. He might curse like an ale-sodden sailor, but the man's got a soft spot for wide-eyed newcomers like yourself. He'll set you straight. Big man, this is a Rogadin. And they are Lorge. Got all that? Good. Now run along and may the navigator guide you on your journey. Quest. Duty list. Nice. So yeah, you can see quests on the right, or you can hit J to open the journal and see all your quests. You know, 30 quests at once. I have only hit this limit once. You generally don't need to worry about that limit. Alright, Greffar. Welcome to Limsa. If you have a mind to visit the Drowning Wench, the Crow's Lift will take you there. So go up the elevator. And this is the Drowning Wench. This is the best inn and alehouse in Limsa. It is also the Adventurers Guild. Hey, checkmark means quest complete. Hey, Baderon. Greetings to ye, lad. What'll it be? Ah, but you ain't here for the drink, are you? You've come with a mind to try your hand at adventuring, I reckon. Well, you'll find no shortage of work here in Limsa. Name's Baderon, and this most hospitable hostelries is the Drowning Wench. I am Mema Benui. 'Tis also the home of the Venturers Guild here in Limsa. That's why we've got a desk specifically for handling guild business, and why I seem to spend more time saving the necks of whelps like yourself than wetting the throats of me regulars. Venturers have a knack for finding trouble, you see. Not that they need it in these parts, on account of there being trouble wherever you look. If you manage to steer clear of the fishbacks and the kobolds outside the city, the pirates on the inside will get you instead. And if they don't manage, there's always the Garlean Empire to finish the job. Oh, no one knows what they're planning, of course. But if they're planning anything, you can be sure it's to kill the lot of us. Aye, this town seems peaceful at a glance, but look again, and you'll see a people living in fear of what tomorrow might bring. And who can blame them, after everything what's happened? Eorzea took a mighty blow during the calamity, but our homes weren't the only things what got wiped off the face of existence by that thrice-damned bastard of a dragon. It took our bleeding memories, too, and no one's been able to explain it in a way as making ons of sense. None of the folks what saw it and lived to tell the tale seem to agree on how the tale actually goes. It's all foggy, like recollections from an odd night on the ale. You can imagine why people might fear for the future if they can't rightly recall the past. But there is one thing we all remember, and that's the group of adventurers what laid down their lives to drag Eorzea back from the brink when she was bound for the abyss. Well, I say we remember. Truth is, that we ain't forgotten what they did for us, this goddamned calamity-spawned memory loss robbed us of their names. It won't even let us picture their damn faces. It is like staring at a gull flying in front of the sun. All you see in your mind's eye is a shadow set against a blinding glare. And that's how every bugger describes it, by the way, give or take the odd goal. It's this what's got people calling these heroes the Warriors of Light. If Limsa's ever gonna put this time of darkness behind it, it's going to need venturers to help banish the fear. It's going to need new eras like the ones we lost. Maybe one day you'll be one of them. And that's why any aid we can give to a venturer is effort well spent. What say you, lad? You're willing to lend us your strength? He talks weird, I don't know. He's become British. There's a lot of apostrophes, and I'm making do. Me thanks to you, and to the navigator and all. I knew she'd steered you my way for a reason. Ah, but listen to me yattering on like a sun-touched fishwife. 'Tis high time we got your mark in me book. Put your scroll right there. I don't know. I'm trying very hard to keep a consistent voice, but... Blippy Benoy, is it? A fine name it is. Congratulations. You're now an upstanding member of the Venturers Guild. You there, adventurer. You sailed in on the last ferry, did you not? The captain reported being attacked by a pirate vessel, and several witnesses have testified independently that a passenger matching your description went out on deck mere moments before the incident took place. Sending your friends signals, were you? Now hold on just a moment there, officer. You've got the wrong bloke. This fine, upstanding young gent is me dear departed grandma's sister's niece's cousin's closest companion. The lad wouldn't be caught dead fraternizing with such unsavory elements. Is that right? Surely you are aware of the recent kidnappings. Respectfully, then, we cannot be too trusting of outsiders at a time when the loyalty of even our closest friends is in doubt. Ah, you make a good point there, officer. Very good point. Very wise. You needn't worry, though. I keep one eye open at all times. Me, and two more often than not. Now, sir, what say you to a tankard of me finest ale afore you return to your duties, eh? Not a watered-down cup of piss like last time, I should hope. Ain't got the faintest idea what you're on about, officer. The wench might offer some of the cheapest grog this side of the Strait of Merithor, but that don't mean it won't get ye good and pickled. And look, there's a chair over there just crying out to be sat on, so kick off them heavy boots, eh? You'll have to excuse these eager bloody yellow jackets. There's been a spate of kidnapping, see, and they ain't got a clues behind 'em. Naturally, they've taken to clapping irons on anyone who looks vaguely suspicious, which means venturers, visitors, and pretty much every bugger else in this town. Oh, Baderon is ride or die. Baderon is a bro. Now, he got our back there. We owe him a favor now. We're gonna have to help him out. Don't take it personal, though. Us Laminsons can be an headstrong bunch of bastards, 'tis true, but given enough time, we'll grow on ye. Now where was I? Oh, aye. Welcome to Limsa Laminsa, where the sea's as green as the faces of me patrons after a few too many blackbelly whiskies. Now take a moment to gather your wits, and we'll get started with learning ye the ways of the city. Yay, quest. Listen well to the wisdom of Baderon Tenfingers, then go forth and discover the incredible adventures that await you. Hey, level up. So I got 2 more skills now. I get to summon a carbuncle! So, the Arcanist is a pet class. So I get to summon a little carbuncle, which is a magical construct that looks kind of like a glowing fox sort of creature, and it fights for me. I can't summon it in town though, for some reason. Why not? Oh, because I'm still in the tutorial zone, that's why. Pets. Pets. This is just how to interact with the pet. Okay. And then Radiant Aegis is a little shield, but it is specifically my summon that does it, so I can't cast it unless I have my summon out. Alright, so now you can see how Baderon's next quest that he has for us is in that kind of flamey meteor kind of thing. This icon indicates that it is a main scenario quest. This quest chain runs from the very beginning of the game all the way through the very end and beyond, because at current content, when they add another patch of content to the game, this quest chain gets more stuff to it. So this is the main story quest, and it is the plot. It also is how most, if not all, of the content in the game is gated. If you want to do stuff in this game, you have to do the main story quest. It's not about leveling up. I mean, in some ways it's about leveling up, right? But the main limiter on what you can and cannot do in this game is how far are you through the main story quest. So, do not neglect it, do not ignore it. Make sure you do the MSQ. Very important. Alright. But, that said, what does he want us to do? He wants us to perform 3 tasks that will help you learn the fundamentals of adventuring. Alright, fair enough. Hi, Jinx! Uh-oh. Well, I'm glad that you were able to succeed in coming to the stream. I'm sorry that your internet was not behaving, though. Right at the beginning of Final Fantasy XIV. Baderon has more. What is he doing? It's not out yet. I need to summon it. I couldn't summon it yet. I will. Don't worry. You will not miss the baby. Right then. Let's start you off nice and easy with 3 tasks that'll help you get used to life here in Limsa. Firstly, if you head down a floor, then point your nose to the west, you'll get an eyeful of the great glowing crystal in the middle of the courtyard. That's an aetheryte, a device what can move you from one place to another in the blink of an eye. Ain't no swifter way to travel, providing there's an aetheryte where you want to go, of course. It does look like a Pokemon. Have a chat with the Yellow Jacket on guard down there, and you'll be treated to a lecture on the workings of the device. Before you do that, though, remember to touch the thing. Strange as it sounds, it won't work till you have. Second on the list is the marketplace. You'll find weapons and armor and all your venturing bits and pieces for sale in the district what lies beyond the aetheryte. Don't go throwing your gil around just yet, though, or you'll get fleeced quicker and you can say, "Why's me coin purse so light?" Have a word with Swozblaze it instead. He's the head of the Merchants League, by the way. Give him this old octant and he'll treat you well. For the last of me helpful hints, I suggest you meet some fellow spellslingers at the Arcanists Guild. I guarantee you'll learn a few new tricks for your tome if you decide to join their crew. Murray at the front desk is the one to get you started. Got all that yet, lad? Seeing to them 3 tasks will take you on a little jaunt around the city and help you work out where everything is. Now I'd best be getting on. Run along, eh? Bugger it, there I go, sending you off without telling you something crucial. That bloody calamity's made a right mess of me memory, I swear. Well, that or the ale. Any road, while you're out, if you happen to pass any poor sods what look like they might need your help, consider giving their tale a woe a listen, eh? Sounds like a chore, I admit, but you never know what interesting opportunities could be lurking out there, just waiting for you to stumble on them. For example, Ninia over yonder's been casting glances at you since you waltzed in. Why not lend a ear and see what she has to say? Aye, you'll like to find yourself running odd errands in the beginning, but once you build a reputation as a man folk can trust, the jobs will get harder and the rewards more generous. If you've the time, I'd also seek the advice of the smith's ear in the wench. The lad as bear that title, The lads as bear that title have some fine advice for them what are just starting out in the profession. And that, my lad, is how you go about becoming a legend among venturers. And there it is. The smith, there is, when you hit level 15... Oh, I have to accept making a name. Okay, fair enough. At level 15, you can do kind of a set of sort of tutorial missions that teach you how your class interacts in like a dungeon setting. Like, so if you were in a 4-man or even a larger group, this is what your class is supposed to do in a group setting. So it's like if you're new to tanking, it'll give you some pointers on, hey, make sure you use your area of effect skill so that you can hold aggro, you know, make sure you have your tank stance on, you know, things like that. As a healer, it's like make sure that you don't let your allies die, you know, and as a damage dealer, it's like, hey, if you stand behind them, you are less likely to get hit and also maybe do more damage. You know, things like that. And then this is just some how to use the menus, how to use the map, and what MSQ, or the main scenario quests look like. So let me make the map a bit bigger here. There we go. But yeah, Limsa Lominsa has two decks. There's the upper decks and the lower decks. And so it looks like all of my quests are on the lower decks. I also have to pick this quest up. Well, would you look at this? A shiny new adventurer. Listen close, lad. I've some information that might just help you put you on the map here in Limsa. I was passing through Bulwarkar below not long ago, and saw a bunch of herbs just scattered about on the ground. Now, I'm not entirely certain, but I think they might have been the black market wares known as dream flowers. Limsa Lominsa is a busy port, and not all the merchants that blow in across the strait are above board, if you know what I mean. How'd the plants end up in the mizzenmast? Who knows? Might have been a deal gone bad. The important thing is you make a name for yourself by handing them in. Yeah, Somnus. There is a ninja business. Oh god, I bet that's on purpose. There are so many puns in this game. Oh my god. So there's a guy, Koji Fox, that was the head of translation for this game. I think he's actually, like, he got promoted, and so now he's even higher up in terms of translation, and there's another person that's just for this game now. But he loves puns, and so he... Yeah, you know, if you're an adventurer, you gotta stay fit, you know? And that is an emote I can get. I don't think I have it at the beginning, but... Koji Fox loves his puns, and so there are just a ton of puns in the English translation of this game. Oh, she's still talking. Speak to Skainrail, and she'll get you down to the first floor. Then all you have to do is pick up the herbs and take them to Aldskiff at the Octant. Being a worldly captain, he knows a thing or two about shady goods. Right now there's just NPCs. I am not quite in the game proper. I'm still in kind of the pre-game tutorial zone. Right? Like, eventually I will be in the world, and this is a place I can go in the world. But I am not quite there yet. After I go down the lift, I will be in the world proper. You wish to visit Bulwarkar below? The Crow's lift is ready when you are. So now I should be able to see player characters, except... Yeah, there's somebody running around over there, but nobody's quite over here. Glowy thing on the ground. Right-click it to pick it up. Herb. Oh yeah, see, there's somebody. There's somebody. Anyone with like a blue name like that is a player character. And then the green names are NPCs. Oh, I can summon the boy. Kirby! Carbuncle. Baby. Carbuncles come in multiple colors too, I just don't know how to change the color. Because I don't play Arcanist that much, so... It does look like an evolution, yeah. He's so wiggly. I'll need to look up how to rename my character or my pet, because I'm pretty sure there's a way to rename your pet. Oh, I should also set up my hotbar so that it's not... Because I have kind of a standard layout, so I know, like, all of my skills that do this go here, all of my skills that do this go here. So I want to make this look like my other characters, so I don't... Summoner, here we go. So that goes there. Summon Carbuncle will go over here. And this defensive ability will go there. There we go. I have an MMO mouse, so... Oh! I forgot to fix the key binds. Whoops. Auto run needs to be... Cancel, hold on. That button. And targeting. Chat, I need to disable most of these. I'm just gonna get rid of all of those. System, no. Hotbar, here we go. Oops. Oops. Oh, heck. Okay, I think I got that right. Yes, there is controller support for this game. It is pretty... It's good enough that people can do endgame rating on controller. I personally do not like controller for this game, but there is controller support, and it is fairly robust from what I understand. But I do not use it personally. Okay. Hotbar is fixed, so now I can hit all 3 of these rows with 2 fingers. And this is the Limsa Laminsa Aetheryte Plaza. It is generally a pretty happening place. As you can see, there are quite a few people just chilling. Hey, look, somebody else with a carbuncle. Nice. But yeah, lots of players like to hang out here. If you see, like the little thing in the, not angle brackets, but where it says, like, Nidhogg Slayer, that's a title. And then below them, I have their abbreviated name, and then in those little double brackets, that's their guild tag. Since I have no title and no guild, I just have my name. It's not enough strippers because they're all over on Balmung. Like, Balmung is the horny server. This is, admittedly, where the horny players hang out, is the Limsa Aetheryte Plaza, but that sort of thing is pretty much relegated to Balmung. No, again, Balmung is on the Crystal Data Center, and every single server on the Crystal Data Center is impacted. You cannot make new characters there. I can't. I would show you right now, but I just can't. Also, fun fact, I made an alt on Balmung, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna make a character on the horny server. Haha, let's make the funny horny character, and I named her Uwu Ara Ara, the cat girl. I was logged in for 5 minutes before I started getting tells, direct messages from players like, ooh, I want to do dirty things to your cat girl, and I'm just like, this is what being catcalled feels like. I don't think I'm a fan. So, that was a fun experience. But yeah. Alright, this is Aldskiff. I got some herbs for you, Aldskiff. Oh! It was Somnus. I know, I did. I did jinx. It was, Not a fan. Oh boy. Oh. Highly illegal blooms known as dream flowers. They are the prime ingredient in the creation of somnus, a substance whose fragrance is said to lull the sniffer's mind into the sleep of death. Oh. No, it's just elfic lavender. Okay. Oh, they were messing with me. But I got a potion out of the deal. In some cases, you might want to put a potion on your hotbar. I find that you rapidly outlevel the effectiveness of the potion. So, if you want to use potions, you got them. If not, eh. But any item you want to use at a moment's notice, you should put on your hotbar somewhere. Oh yeah, that is a Mikote. A cat boy. Alright, I've done that. He has another quest for me, but I think I'm going to just do the main story quest here. So, this is the Aetheryte. Whenever you go to a new zone, you want to attune to the Aetheryte. Because once you attune to the Aetheryte, you can then teleport back to it from anywhere else later for a small fee. No, that was a Lalafell, not a child. Lalafells are adults. They just are very small. Oh, who's this? Another novice adventurer? I Batarun sent more than a few of your kind this way of late. Is this the Yellow Jacket? That is. I am Sundamal, one of the Yellow Jackets tasked with keeping the peace in this city. It is also my charge to provide guidance in the use of this device. Fear not, I shall be brief. That depends. I mean, it's an application. The difference between a background specifically a background application is just a process that doesn't have like a window. It doesn't run like FF14. It's got a window. I'm interacting with it. A background process just sort of runs and it's doing stuff, but it's not doing it visibly. If I understand you correctly, Jinx. All right, what's Sundamal's deal? They're tasked with keeping the peace. It's also my charge to provide guidance in the use of this... Okay, I already read that. No, it's... Okay, so the reason is because... First of all, where did you find the installer? Did you get it from the Square Enix official website? Because sometimes antiviruses get a little overzealous and cause problems. Let me make sure that is the right website. Beachwild.fantasy. Yeah, that's the correct website. So that's where you got it? And it's asking you to... That is the right website, so I would trust that one. Return and teleport. Yes, so there are two spells, return and teleport. Return is free, but it's got a 10-minute cooldown, I believe, 600 seconds. Yeah, 10-minute cooldown. It will, and it can only return me to a Aetheryte that I've marked as my home. Teleport, I can use to go to any Aetheryte I have unlocked, but it costs a fee of gil, which is in-game money. Yes, this is Cinnamal saying, make sure you attune to Aetherytes as you find them. And that is, gotta remember to lick the crystal. Yeah, Cass is right. It's sometimes antiviruses get funny ideas about, oh god, what is this thing? And it's cool, you know? It's like, you know, it's like an autoimmune disorder, right? If your computer's antivirus is its immune system, and it attacks something that it shouldn't, a Windows Defender shouldn't yell at it. I think that's more like if you have like McAfee or a third party. Like Windows Defender, I did not have to shut down to install FF14 because I have Windows Defender. So, yeah, Defender doesn't give a shit. Defender is, you know, it used to be bad. It's decent now. So, yeah, no, Defender's cool. Also, Defender Hero, if you're in chat, you are also cool. Both Defenders. And then send them all. Oh yeah, so you can go talk to him if you have further questions about teleportation. But that's the gist of it. These are how you teleport around. And so now, you can see this return skill is lit up. So if I click it, I can return to this aetheryte. At 15 minutes. Oh, it's 900 second recast. I thought it was 600. Yep. Once every 15 minutes, you can get a return. Cool. So, the other thing is I am gonna go talk to the dudes in the markets. Pretty! Oh, I love that glam. What's she wearing? Fair Joy. Eastern Lady's Loincloth, and Fairy Tale Princess Heels. And the Emerald Carbiers. Neat! And she's got the fairy wings. That's like a, accessory item you can get. Suppose blaze it. Fine day to you, sir. Welcome to the most complete marketplace in the grand realm of Eorzea, where every shelf groans under the weight of wonders born from all four corners of the world. Pray browse the stalls until your eyeballs ache from ogling the overabundance of unbelievable bargains. Now, as much as I would love to elaborate upon the unrivaled quality of our merchandise, I must tend to some cargo but recently arrived at the docks. You bear a gift from Baderon? Whatever could it— Oh, my octant! By the Navigator, I must have left it behind in the wench, along with a week's pay and several bells worth of intoxicated memories. Here's your octant. Posts in shout chat that make me glad the chat isn't visible. Hoog. Someone was advertising a ERP venue. I'm most grateful to have it back. This tool is a keepsake from my days as a ship captain, you see. Needless to say, your good deed must be repaid, and what better recompense than the wisdom of a master merchant? If it is simple and sturdy adventuring equipment you seek, you need look no further than the east and west arms of Hawker's Alley. Lest you doubt, each gil you invest in arms and armor will be money well spent. Adventuring is, after all, a dangerous profession by its very nature. It goes without saying that Hawker's Alley boasts stalls specializing in the tools of every martial discipline imaginable. And within but a few steps are bazaars and apothecaries that will most amply supply all your potion and perishable needs. Our keen-eyed agents procure a frankly befuddling range of wares during their sojourns to distant shores, so it pays to become familiar with the type and price of the goods offered by each stall. Such knowledge will serve you well if your purse is light or your time is short. But verbal instruction of this kind will only profit you so much. Experience has ever been the surest teacher, if not the kindest. I invite you to explore the markets for yourself. So, these are the NPC vendors all along here. You know, they all sell different things like jewelry or trade goods for crafting stuff. Don't send me random free company invites. I don't want to join. The random guild invites. Then there's the market board, which is, well, the auction house. There's all kinds of goods you can buy here. Like, for example, let's look at headgear. Look at all these things you can get. These are all bought from other players. The NPC items, though, generally speaking, if you just play the game and you get arms and armor from questing, that will be good enough. Yeah! Carbuncle. Friend. So you shouldn't need to spend any gil on arms and armor from the NPC vendors. But if for whatever reason you feel like your gear is lacking, it can get you a little bit of a boost. Oh. In major cities, there's also these Ethernet shards, which, if you attune to them, they do sell OTP dongles. Don't bother with them, Jinx. But they do sell them. You don't need a one-time password to log in. Like, don't worry about it. Oh yeah, the Ethernet shards. Those are basically a teleportation network within the city. You can teleport from any Ethernet shard or the main plaza to any other Ethernet shard within the same city. Do you need an OTP? Are they making you? Because, like, I don't think one-time password is required for your Square Enix account. It might be. I mean, maybe they've changed it, but as I recall, it was not mandatory. Okay, so this is the Arcanist Guild. Yeah, it has a field for one, but you don't need it. It's sort of like an if you have a one-time password set up for your account, that is where it would go. Yeah, you just leave it blank. It's fine. If you want to... I mean, I don't remember how to set it up not using their app, but, like, again, you know, two-factor auth is generally a good idea. Alright. Talking to the Arcanist Guild receptionist, gonna learn how to do spells good. Yeah, they do not signpost that will cast. That's what I mean. Like, there is some weirdness in, that's fair, Jinx. There's some weirdness in registering where it's, like, not always super clear what's going on. Alright, Arcanima is the science of employing arcane geometries, intricate patterns that map the unlocked mysteries of existence to draw forth and manipulate the body's etheric energies. Alright. But if I'm not mistaken, you already possess some rudimentary understanding of the craft. Shall I deepen your knowledge of our history as well? The roots of Arcanima can be traced back to the esoteric calculations practiced by the people of the South Sea Isles. It was these island folk that first discovered a method to express natural phenomena in mathematical terms. Building on this process, the existing mathematical formulae were further developed into arcane geometries, precise patterns that allowed a practitioner to weave ether into specific magical effects. The mages who invoked this new form of magic became known as Arcanists, and the school of Arcanima was born. Many such mages, wishing to expand their understanding of the world, took to the seas aboard trading vessels. Upon their arrival in Limsa, Arcanists found themselves welcomed into the academic elite, and soon secured positions in the realms of governance and council. The knowledge of an Arcanist, however, is traditionally passed on from master to chosen discipline. As such, Admiral Melrib, counting several wielders of Arcanima among her personal staff, became concerned that this exclusionary practice would lead to the eventual extinction of the art. So, at the Admiral's express orders, an official Arcanist Guild was established, and funding was provided for research and training. The complex and demanding nature of Arcanima, however, remains the greatest threat to its own future. If you would continue your study of this challenging discipline, then I must insist that you indicate your commitment to joining our guild. Okay. And now we see the third type of quest, this blue background quest with a little plus sign. Any quest that has that symbol is going to unlock some type of gameplay feature or content or something. These have unlocks. So the blue plus quests are almost always worth doing. Not always, because like every quest that unlocks a new player class is a blue plus quest, and you don't necessarily want every player class. But generally speaking, these are worth doing. Well, have you decided to enroll in our guild, or are you now intimidated by the thought of excessive thinking? No. And second in importance to the main story quest is the quest line for your class. Because your class quests will unlock actual abilities that you can use in combat. Their sound judgment is to be commended. Now, standard practice dictates that I introduce you to our guildmaster, that you might convey your intentions in person. Due to extraordinary circumstances, however, he is unreachable at present. Instead, you may speak with Mistress Thobrigem. She has shouldered full responsibility for the guild's leadership in the interim. You will find her just over there by the bookshelves. You needn't be shy, though her mind is sharp and critical. Her manner is always most welcoming. And here she is. Alright, I thought I had something else I wanted to say, but I forgot. Oh well, I'll remember later. This is Thobrigem. Yes, I am Thobrigem. Greetings and welcome to the Arcanists Guild. As Miri has doubtlessly explained, I am serving as acting guildmaster until our wayward leader deigns to return. I assume our capable receptionist also spoke of our art's origins. Allow me, then, to expound upon its nature. Arcanima taps into the living energies of ether. The evidence of this is represented most aptly, perhaps, by our ability to manifest the arcane entity Carbuncle, and the manner of magic which this ethereal ally employs at our command. The core of the discipline, however, is found in the pursuit of definitive solutions to any potential quandary. Even on the field of battle, nay, especially on the field of battle, this principle takes precedence. If one wishes to make certain of the question of victory, then one must apply the most effective strategy. An arcanist is measured by his ability to calmly analyze a situation from moment to moment and respond with the most appropriate spells at hand. The study of Arcanima will test your mental faculties to the point of perplexity. Are you prepared to reason your way through predicament after predicament? I am prepared to reason. An unambiguous response, the kind I most prefer. Let us now see if the clarity of your words is matched by the sharpness of your mind. In Lower Lenosha, you will find, among others, 3 species of pest: wharf rats, little ladybugs, and Aureliae. I ask as you employ your skill in Arcanima to eradicate 3 of each type of creature. Leave the city through the Tempest Gate, and you will soon encounter the potential targets in abundance. As long as you remain focused, I do not foresee these opponents causing you or your budding abilities undue difficulty. Once you return from completing this preliminary trial, I will welcome you as an official member of the Arcanists Guild. May your judgment remain swift and clear. And so we are given our first Kill 3 Rats quest. After all, it is tradition, when you are a new adventurer, to go kill 3 rats. Usually it's in a basement somewhere, but you know what? Doesn't have to be. But before I leave the city, I A, want to go back to Bowderon at the Drowning Wench, and B, I want to go and attune with all of the Ethernet shards in the city. So I'm going to take you all on a little tour of Limsa Laminsa. I'm going to leave the map open so I don't get lost. So we're on the lower decks right now, and so if we head down here, we go down to the docks. And down by the docks, yeah, kill 3 rats. It's tradition. You're right, Defender. If your first quest doesn't involve killing 3 rats, I don't think you're a real adventurer, right? And I'm talking about, like, that's our first real quest, because everything else has just been, like, go talk to things, learn how stuff works, you know, learn how to play the game. That's going to be, like, an actual quest where we get to do fighting, you know? So, let's see. Next, I think we have to head up the upper decks, which looks like this way. There There are a lot of random side quests you can do here, but I plan on not doing the side quests here. Oh, you'll note some of these quests are red. That means that I cannot yet do those quests. I don't fulfill the requirements. Like, for example, I need to be Disciple of War or Magic, so a combat class, at level 70 to be able to pick this quest up. Which I do plan on doing at some point with this character. Like, my planned path for this character is to start as an Arcanist, and then at level 30, Arcanist is unique in that at level 30, every base class becomes a advanced class known as a job. And Arcanist has 2 jobs that it can pick from. I can either become a summoner and go harder into, like, the carbuncle becoming a little, like, miniature force, a primal force of nature, or I can go into being a scholar, which is a healer that has, like, a little fairy companion that will help heal. So I plan on doing Arcanist until level 30, at which point I want to go into Scholar and make this character a healer. And then at level 70, I want to come back and do this quest, because this quest lets me do Sage, which is another healer. But you get like a little... You get to shoot lasers at things and use... It has a lot of very cool effects, and you do damage to heal, which I really like. Which I think does the Moira Overwatch character do that? Like, if you damage enemies, you heal your allies or something? I don't know. But Sage has a mechanic like that, and I very much like doing damage, even as a healer. So, eventually, I will do this quest, but not yet. For now, we head to the upper decks and finish... Which is out of the... Yeah, you will not be able to do Sage on the free trial because it is level 70, and it is also specifically Endwalker. So you'll need the Endwalker expansion in order to do that. So actually, technically not all level 60 content is available because the 2 classes that you get from Shadowbringers start at level 60. And those are tied with the Shadowbringers content, so those shouldn't be available in the free trial. As well as, I think, classes from Stormblood. So actually, I don't think you get Samurai or Red Mage either. Oh yeah, the Valentine's Day event is going on, so everything is bedecked. Happy Valentine's Day, by the way, everybody. Thank you for spending it here with me, and appreciate it. Where else do I need to go to attune? Up this way. And while I'm going up here, I can talk to Baderon. Alright, Baderon, what do we got? Oh yeah. You might see independent arms menders around, or merchants in Mender. Oh yeah, Cass. Yeah, there is a community that is dedicated to do everything you possibly can do in the free trial. Which means doing a lot of the old endgame content. When I say endgame, I mean it was like endgame when level cap was 50 or when level cap was 60. Can I understand Baderon? Oh, perfectly. There. Let's see if I can do his voice. Oh, there you are, Blippi. Enjoy your jaunt round the city, did you? If you mean to base yourself at Limsa Laminsa, that won't be the last time you'll visit them 3 places. And now you've got some idea what's where, you can start exploring the rest of the town. You've shown a good ear for listening, lad. Stick with old Baderon and you'll go far. Ooh, quest. Yeah, it's a big game, guys. He's a big game. Level up! Did I get anything new? I did! I got Physic, so now I have a Cure spell. Which, I am a damage dealing class right now, but if I need to, I can sort of help out the healer. And if I'm soloing, I have a way to self-heal. Very useful. Which is one of the reasons, like, because Arcanist has this sort of I do damage and I heal, when you get to level 30, you kind of have to specialize. And at that point, Summoner, technically you have Physic, but it is not helpful. It does not do enough healing to be even remotely relevant. And as a Scholar, it just further develops your healing. So I like to keep Physic here. And actually, what I can do... Here, let me... So if you push P, it opens up a little menu of all of your actions that you can get. And so all these are ones that I will eventually get, but I don't have yet. And then these roll actions are things every caster damage class gets. And I have a spot on my bar for all of these. So I'm going to go through and I'm going to assign everything to my hotbars while I am thinking about it. So... let's see. Ether Charge goes here. Summon Ruby goes there. Esther goes here. Energy Drain goes here. Ah, Resurrection. So even though I'm a damage class, I have a res, which is really useful if the healer dies. And this is useful if you go Summoner as a damage class. Because one of the prime utilities of the Summoner class is you can resurrect in combat, like a healer. So if both the healers are dead, but you're still alive, you can bring the healers back and stop horrible disaster. Red mages can do this too, but they can only do it starting at level 62, I want to say. So in older content, red mages don't have a res. Let's see, what else? We got Summon Topaz, and Summon Emerald, and Outburst, which... yeah, that goes there. Precious Brilliance goes here, and Ruin 2. I believe this is just an upgraded Ruin. Yeah. So yeah, when I drag Ruin 2 onto my hotbar, it becomes Ruin. That means when I get to level 30, this will just automatically upgrade. Alright, let's see. Roll. Addle goes here. Sleep goes here. Lucid Dreaming goes there. Swiftcast goes here. And Surecast goes here. Nice. So now, since I preloaded them, when I level up to be able to use them, they'll just light up, and I won't have to move them around. All these different carbuncle colors, it's not like something I can do passively. It's in combat. It sort of channels that power into this carbuncle for like one big attack, and then he'll turn back into the normal blue version. Alright, what quest does Batarun have for me now? On to Summerford. Oh, and it gives me boots. I like boots. Still in Limsa, are ye, Blippy? How'd you fancy a trip outside the city walls? I'd like ye to visit an orchard by the name of Summerford Farms. Ever heard of the place? The owner, Stalewern, is an old mate of mine. He's got himself a crew of mostly reformed pirate types, if you can believe that, and has been trying to bring a bit of life back to the fields after the calamity ruined the soil. I mentioned needing another hand or two, and your name sprang to mind. I gave you a glowing recommendation, so make sure you work hard and impress the old bastard. You need directions? The place ain't hard to find. Just take the Zephyr Gate out of the city, and follow the road northeast. Okay. We can go work on a farm for a little bit. But first, more Aetheryte shards. Up this way, over here, we've got both, no, this is just the Culinarian's Guild, right. This is the, what's the name of this establishment? there's a restaurant here. I can't remember the name of the restaurant, though. But it's also the Culinarians Guild. Over here, actually over there, more north, is the Marauders Guild, which is one of the starting tank classes. Marauder, which becomes a warrior, is my favorite class in the game. It's very fun to have a big axe and just slam. So once you've attuned to all the Ethernet shards, you can also teleport to city gates as well as the airship landing, which makes travel much faster. So it is very much worth getting every single teleport node. Alright, so where do I need to go? Summerford Farms, which is in Middle Lenosha, and Way of the Arcanist, which is in Lower Lenosha. Well, I think I want to do my class quest first, because that should provide, eventually, more skills for me to use. So I'm going to prioritize that. So, if I'm going to Lower Lenosha, I can now teleport to the Tempest Gate directly, which takes me out of the city. So here's the map, and as you can see in this zone on the map, there's this Aetheryte shard symbol. I could run all the way down there and tag the crystal, but I think I'm going to have to head over there later anyway, so I don't want to just run down there just to get the crystal. I'll get it eventually. But now that I'm out here, I can fight stuff. It's standard, you know, like if you know how WoW works, you know how combat works in this game. Oh, achievements. Hey, achievements! There are a lot of achievements in this game, and they are purely... Actually, some achievements give you titles or cool cosmetics, so you can check out which ones you want to do and like what rewards you want, but I don't think any achievement gives you a gameplay advantage sort of deal. They're just for fun. As you can see, these all have the little icon above their head, which means I need to kill them for the quest. And that little blue kind of face icon to the left of their name mean they don't attack you unless you attack them. If it's red, they will attack you on sight. Alright. Go, Carbuncle! Can I attack? Heal, away. Guard. I can't. Okay, I will just attack then. Oh yeah, you don't attack, do you? I forgot. You only do stuff when I cast a spell that... You're just there to look pretty, aren't you? XP, binding items, right. Oh, I forgot! Okay. The only advantage you can buy in this game is time. Yeah, you can pay to skip stuff, I guess, but like, why would you pay to not play the game? The main point of this game is the story. I forgot, because I have a very old account. I get a bunch of mail when I make a new character. So I'm gonna go through and open all these mailboxes and get a bunch of free stuff. Because one of these items is a hat that gives me more experience points. And an earring that gives me more experience points. And it's an earring that scales with you as you level. Very nice. And it's a bunch of free minions. All kinds of little goodies. Sets of cosmetics. Things like that. I have bought a skip exactly once, and the way it works is you can pay there's a story skip, and there are class skips, like level skips. The only time I have bought a skip was I bought a level skip for White Mage when I was playing an alt, because that alt I was raiding on, and I was a monk, and the raid group I was with was like, oh man, we need a healer. And I was like, well, I know how to heal, but my healer isn't on this character, and so I just bought a skip, did the last, like, 10 levels to max level, and then was, like, there. Because, like, I'd already leveled a healer to max level, so I knew what I was doing. I wasn't... People who take a skip, and then skip over their class, and then suddenly they have all these buttons, and they don't know what they're doing, and they're in, like, endgame content, and they just have no clue how their class works. And it's like, buddy, if you're here in endgame content, you have a responsibility to your fellow players to know what you're doing so that you're not dragging the team down. And so if you just buy a skip and just hope, oh no, people will carry me through it. No. No, we won't. That's rude. Yeah, Puck, you get it. You can see how I have, like, just the one real damaging skill right now. It builds. It's like, okay, you've learned this, we're gonna add another piece to that puzzle. Okay, now you've incorporated that, now we're gonna add another piece. And you build out this kind of core rotation of things you do. And then once you have the core rotation, then they have little add-ons, where it's like, okay, you do your core rotation, but then once a minute you get this, like, bonus skill that'll make you do more damage for a little bit, or a shield for your allies or something. And it's all iterative. So you're really robbing yourself if you skip past it all. Because you're gonna have to learn it all anyway, and it's just, are you gonna try and learn it all at once and miss all the story that, like, you get? Because as you level up, you have a really cool little storyline that your class specifically gets to do. And, like, why would you miss that? Alright, and now that I have a bunch of nonsense in my inventory, I get to use a bunch of things to unlock several mounts and an emote. And... oh, the gear went into my... oh, so you'll note I got a bunch of gear, but you don't see the gear in here because it is in my armory chest. So gear has its own separate inventory, essentially, which is good because if you have multiple outfits and classes that have different sets of armor they wear, you need a way to quickly switch between them, which means they have to all be in your inventory. So the armory chest is where you hold all these pieces of equipment so that they're not clogging your inventory up. And even then, I still managed to fill it to brim, so... part of what I've been doing on my main character is going through and kind of consolidating my gear sets. So I'm not having, like, a bunch of different pieces of gear. So all of my tanks use the same gear except for the weapon. Like, all of my healers are using the same gear except for the weapon. Oh yeah, and there's multi-seat mounts. So if you have a multi-seater mount, you can... have your mount, and then party members can then ride your mount, and you can kind of ferry people around, which is really useful. If you have flying in a zone and your friends don't, you can then be like their little taxi and fly them around to where they need to go. Or if they're trying to unlock flying and they need to go and attune to various points around the map, you could just fly them there, and it's way easier. But the other thing that gave me was 35 gold chocobo feathers, which I talked to this NPC to get some free goodies. Mostly I like the mounts. And you can get some dyes, but you can also get these aetheryte tickets, which let you teleport for free. Oh wait, I have silver chocobo feathers, don't I? Because I made a character on the new server. I'm just gonna burn them on low-level gear, I think. Because once I get to level 50, I'm gonna be buying the level 50 tombstone gear. So those are all level 50, these are all level 20. What should I get? Let's see. It looks like I can just get a weapon. So I guess I'll just get this level 20 weapon. And then when I'm high enough level to equip it, I will equip it. And since it's only weapons, I may as well just get the level 50 Grimoire as well. So why not? That's all armor. Good enough. Alright. Give me all the gear, except I want the friendship circlet, which this is one of the few hats that actually works on Viera. So that's neat. Oh yeah, this little recommended gear button is your best friend. If you're like, I don't know what gear I should care about, you click this button and it goes, you want this, and you click equip, and then bam, you're good. There are, like, when you're picking rewards for quests, you do kind of have to know what you want. Generally speaking, if you're a melee damage dealer, you want strength, with one notable exception. If you're a ranged physical damage dealer, you want dexterity. If you're a damage caster, you want intelligence, and if you're a healer, you want mind. Everything has vitality, because that's how you don't die. And then the substats you only worry about if you're raiding. Otherwise, you don't really need to pay attention to those. Oh, and then every item has like that item level. Generally speaking, a higher item level is going to be better for you, assuming it is for your class, right? Like, obviously, a tank gear that is higher item level. Yeah, Vitality is the Constitution. Vitality directly affects your hit points. I don't know if it affects your defenses, but Vitality is the don't be dead stat, which is important. Alright. Where are we? What am I doing? I am killing ladybugs. Except now I have a hat of get more XP, so I should level up while doing it. And I have an earring of get more XP. So as you can see, since I'm a caster, I have to stand still while this bar fills. Like, if I try and move, like, I can't cast and move at the same time. But you can also see when I cast, there's that kind of, all of my skills go on cooldown. There is a small window between the end of my cast and when my skill becomes available again, and that gives me a little bit of wiggle room to move. Also, if you're really cool, you can abuse the slight delay between your computer and the server and do a thing called slide casting, where you start moving just a little bit before the cast finishes, and you'll still get the skill off because the server will go, okay, you did the thing, before it can go, hey, wait, you started moving. So, but that really just comes down to, if you play a lot of casters, you just got to kind of get a feel for it, because it is sort of ping dependent. But it is very much a useful skill, because knowing how to slide cast makes you a more mobile caster, which means you are less likely to get killed by things. It's like here. No, this is gonna die before it gets to me. Also, if the numbers on... that number on my skill is that 300, that's how much mana it costs. You can see how it's red right now. That means the target is not in range. So if I'm like going, oh, I want to be right at the edge of the range, I just kind of look at that number and know where to be. Also, if you hit tab, it will cycle between all the targets sort of available to you. But it's hard to tell exactly which skill it's going to target, or which enemy it's going to target, so I just click on things. But you got options. Nice. Well, that is all the things I need to kill at the moment. So now we head back. Sprint is Sprint is your friend. Sprint can be used in combat too, which is good. If you really just need to book it, you can sprint in combat. However, the duration of sprint depends on if you're not in combat, sprint lasts for 20 seconds. If you are in combat, sprint lasts for 10 seconds. So if you want to be clever, you can sprint right before you get into combat, and you have a 20-second timer while you're in combat. But that requires some good timing. Okay, I need to head back to the Arcanist's Guild so that I can turn in that quest. Also, I wasn't seeing... Oh, hold on, there is a bit of character config that I need to do. There we go. I want to be able to see my health and mana up there. Which normally it's only visible when you're in a party, but I like having it always visible. Nice. I can now bear the title of Arcanist. Thanks, Thubergim. I suggest you continue your forays into the wilderness and keep the pages of your grimoire turning. There's no finer teacher than the harsh mistress of experience. And to commemorate this occasion, I gift you with this hunting log. Ah, the hunting log. Okay. What's bracken? I don't know. What does bracken mean? I am not familiar with this slang. The enemies marked within its pages have been specifically chosen to challenge your abilities in Arcanima. When you devise a new strategy or tactic, you now have a steady source of opponents on which to test it. Ah, I see. Well, we are doing some FFXIV. New character. Ah, I see. But perhaps they don't see. There's no C. Only B. Oh my god, that Lalafell is too adorable. Hello, miss. I think you're a miss. You are too cute. I love your hair. When you see Lalafells, you have to /pet them. It is the rule. Some Lalafells do not want to be pet, but you must pet the Lala. Oh, and every 5 levels is when you get a new class quest, so the fact that I'm now level... Oh, I'm level 6 now. Excellent. So I can just go straight into the next quest. Which, as you can see, your class quests also give pretty good gear for your class. Oh wait, what did I get? Trance gauge. Oh! So this means I've got ether charge. So this is the... Every class has its own little, like, meter that keeps track of some important resource for the class. In this case, it's a meter that tracks the time left on ether charge. It's a way of knowing kind of where I am in my resources and rotation. Ah, Blippi, is it? Are you eating well? An empty stomach distracts the mind and leads to hurried judgment. I must oft remind my Arcanists to take meals. So ensconced do they become in their studies. That is true. Bury your head in a book and forget to eat. I have done that more than once. Speaking of which, such, have you been practicing your tactics with Carbuncle? I believe it is time to assess the improvement of your skills. As with your previous trial, I would have you defeat foes in Lower Lenosha. 3 wild dodos and 3 tiny mandragoras, to be precise. Watch carefully the behavior of your opponents, formulate an effective strategy, and utilize your arcane entity to its fullest potential. I expect you back in time for breakfast. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, okay, so I got Summon Ruby Carbuncle and Ether Charge. So when I use Ether Charge, it makes my main damage spell stronger for a duration. And then after that expires, it gives me access to these powerful summon spells. Summon Ruby, Topaz, and Emerald. At first, I only have Ruby, though. So this is where you start to see the beginning of the building blocks of your rotation, which is use Ether Charge, do a bunch of damage, cycle through your summons, and then by the time you've done all of that, you should be able to use Ether Charge again. And so the cycle repeats. Alright, where are these? Lower Lenosha again. Okay. Oh, so now you see how these have these little, like, yellow target kind of thing above them? That is because they are in my hunt log, which is just sort of a, if you go kill X number of these things, you get bonus XP. You don't have to do your hunt log. It's just there for just extra XP, so if you just need a little bit more, go do some hunt log stuff. But if you're doing your main story quest as one class, you shouldn't need to bother with it. You get achievements for doing it, though. It's fun. And I love checking boxes, so we are gonna do some stuff. Gonna kill a bunch of rats. So I've sent my carbuncle now to go attack that little ladybug. And now I can do Ruby Ruin a couple times, which is a very slow but very powerful attack. Nice. So now you can see these hunt logs are complete. I have a decent amount more XP. Some classes are more complicated than others, and all of them have a different kind of flow. One person, I forget who, was it? It might have been JoeCat, but one of the FF14 content creators likened the different classes in FF14 to a rhythm game. And each class has its own rhythm, its own pacing for when and how to hit your buttons. Right? It's very much don't mash, right? Because of that... Uh-oh. What? Hello? Somebody cast a shield on me. But, it's very... You don't want to mash, because, like, that global cooldown means you're not going to be able to, hit more than one button every 2.5 seconds or so. So you want to make sure you're being very deliberate with what buttons you're hitting. Also, if you're not playing a caster, you get things called combos, where if you use skills in a particular order, they become way more damaging. Ooh, more wind sprites. Perish. Yeah, nothing's really staying alive long enough to show off the higher damage, but that's okay. That is a high-level summoner, because you see that is Demi Bahamut. And they are, yep, level 90. They are laying waste. Eventually, I will be able to do that if I choose to stick with Summer until 90, which, again, I don't plan on doing. Whoop. Now, the good news is, as long as I hit it first, I will get credit for the kill. So, even if they help, I still get credit. They also get credit. So you don't have to worry about, like, oh, I see somebody else fighting something, I don't want to, like, steal their kill. Because you can see how quickly stuff respawns down here. Like, you don't have to worry about, oh no, they stole my dude. And yeah, see, like, they can come in and help me, and it's not going to hose me in any way. Which is great. Nobody can kill steal you. Unless, you know, they kill literally every version of the thing in the zone, or they hit it before you hit it, like that. But again, things respawn very quickly, so I'm not that worried. The one possible exception to this is hunts, where there are some rare mobs that only spawn after certain conditions have been met. But the community has decided, hey, we're going to, if we see one of these, call it out, wait for everybody to show up, make a big group, and then all fight them together, because then everybody gets credit. People who frown on this convention and say, no, I'm just going to go fight it early and cause everybody problems, are very quickly blackballed in the community and do not get invited to the hunt trains. So, you know, play nice. And this community is aggressively nice. Sometimes too aggressively nice, but because somebody came up with the idea of toxic positivity, where it's like, if somebody is being... Let's say somebody is not playing very well in a group setting, and you want to sort of say, hey, maybe you could do better if you did X, Y, or Z. People will be like, hey, no, you can't tell other people how to play the game. And, like, to be fair, yeah, everybody can play the game how they want, but, like, if you're just offering advice and you're not enforcing a play style, well, that's fine. But some people will freak out. Your mileage may vary. Yes, everything is designed to deter or mitigate assholes. The people who made this game play MMOs. They know. It's like, how often do I hear you complaining about, oh man, people are stealing your nodes, or oh man, people are stealing my kills in Hypixel? Yeah. That's not a problem here, Cass. Oh, right, the quest, I just picked up that quest on autopilot while talking about that. So this quest is what gives access to the housing district in Limsa Laments, or in, oh, it's not Limsa Lamentsa, it's... Where are we? Lenosha, that's the name of the island. Limsa Laments is the city, Lenosha is the island. And so, housing is the one part of the game that I have a fair number of complaints about, and it's mostly there isn't enough housing. Although they have recently added more housing, so they're working on it, but it has a ways to go. One day I will own a house. One day. But today is not that day. Thursday might be, because that's when another round of the lottery for housing shows up. So I have an alarm in my phone. I'm gonna show up Thursday morning, find a house with not as many bids on it, and bid, and then lose the bid, like I have for the last several months, at least. Actually, longer, because I've been trying to get a house since before the housing lottery was a thing, and I've participated in nearly every housing lottery since, and still don't have a house. How it works is there are so many houses, there are so many plots. You go to a plot and you say, I would like to bid on this plot. And it takes your money for the amount that the house is worth. and you get a number. At the end of like a 9-day period, you go back and it tells you which number won. If you're number 1, you get the house. Awesome. If you didn't win, you are refunded all the money you put down on it, but you do not have the house. And you gotta wait another 9 days and bid on a new plot, and hopefully there's still plots available, because also everybody else who didn't get a plot is also still gonna be trying to bid, and there just aren't enough houses to go around. Housing Crisis, Virtual Edition. Oh man. It's alright. They're the only gameplay feature gated behind housing, and unfortunately it is one that I appreciate, is gardening, which there are certain resources that you can only get via gardening, notably Favnarian onions, which are used to level up your Chocobo companion, which you get later. Now, you can buy these on the market board, so you still have access to them, but if you want to grow your own, you need a house, and you need a gardening plot. So, yeah, no, it's... That's my one thing. I think they're working on it and making it so that you can do gardening without a house. I hope. I really hope. I've heard rumors, but... Yeah, they don't want to implement instanced housing because you saw how, like, when I went in there, it was like a neighborhood, and, like, you could just wander around and look at everybody's house, and everybody who's there can, like, kind of interact with each other, and there's, like, a little community there. And with instanced housing, you wouldn't really have that. So, even though, I mean, instanced housing means you can have as much housing as you want, but you lose that sort of intimate, hey, we're a community kind of feeling, you know? And also, it's harder to show off your cool house to people. And they would have to rewrite the entire housing backend, yes, which they also don't want to do. So this guy's disappointed because he doesn't get to buy the house, because the houses are only for adventurers to try to attract more adventurers to Limsa to help deal with local problems. So, sorry NPC, no house for you. No house for me either, but no house for you. But you do that quest so you get access to the Ethernet. So now instead of having to run all the way over to that little gate, I can just teleport there from Limsa Lominsa, which is nice. It's very... A lot of the little unlocks are just like little convenient things. This game is so good about quality of life stuff, where there will be patch notes, and they'll be like, hey, we changed this thing to work better. And I'll be like, you know, I never thought about it, but this is better now. Squeenix ships you an Ethernet? Wait, what are you talking about, Jinx? Are you talking about the dongle? Wait, where do I need to go? I need to go back to the Arcanist's Guild. Oops. I'm just gonna use return. Oh, the Aethernet. Ah. I did say Aethernet. It does sound like Ethernet. You're right. But the Ethernet is the, like, the little collection of nodes around a city that you can teleport between. One major quality of life update each patch, sometimes more than one. And it's often stuff I hadn't thought about, and then go, oh, yeah, that's really cool, actually, thanks. Like, they don't just change stuff for the sake of changing it, alright? Like, when I played Lord of the Rings Online, the devs were very fond of, like, changing stuff, and I'm like, okay, it's different, but it's not any better than it was before. It's just different, and then I had to relearn everything, so it's, like, annoying. Or sometimes it was worse. Like, sometimes it was better, but it was very hit or miss. With Square Enix and this, in not just Square Enix, but, like, this game dev team specifically, they're very good about making changes that improve the game. And I'm saying this as somebody who generally dislikes change. Square Enix's changes, I very rarely have a problem with it. Wait, what am I doing? Oh my gosh, I'm on auto. You got me monologuing about the game, and I'm skipping through the dialogue. So, what did, oh goodness, what were we doing? She wants us to go inspect some crates out by the Zephyr Gate. Okay, we can do that. I know, it's... No. The sad, sorry for oversharing versus the Chad, oh, you got me monologuing. Yes, no. Yeah, I have a very large amount of love for this game, and I am going to be a little bit insufferable about it, I think, but also, like, this game is really good, and, I know, but it's just, I'm not used to it. I gotta get out of that mind. Oh! So this is our first enemy that has put little orange goop on the ground. If you stand in the little orange circle when it's disappeared, you get hit by its attack. So you gotta make sure you move. So, like, see here. I could have moved earlier, but that would have stopped me from casting that spell. I knew I had just enough time to cast the spell and get out. But that just takes practice. Oh, roll actions. Oh, I got Addle now. Nice. Addle is cool, because it lowers the damage a thing does. Generally speaking, you don't use it outside of a raid context, but, it's good to have. What the? Oh, hi, that's a Reaper. I'm loving the number of Lollipels I'm seeing. This is great. Wait, I was doing crates. Where are the crates? Oh, they're down here. Oh my goodness. I am so distracted. But see, that's the beauty. There is no demand on your time, right? Like, you can set this game down, walk away for several months, come back to it, and, like, nothing, you won't have, like, lost anything or fallen behind or what. It's like, play it as much or as little as you want, and the game has you covered. If you're not enjoying the game, just don't. Huh? I do have multiple alarms on my phone. Wait. Oh, yeah, so the little blue circles on my map, those are fates, which are for this game. Yes, I do. But that is because I have over 6,000 hours in this game. I have played this game a lot, and I care deeply about this game. But it's because it's by choice. None of this is like, yeah, as much or as little. Like, if you want to do a bunch of stuff, the game has you covered. If I just want to sit here and play the game for like 24 hours straight, there is stuff to do. Admittedly, there are systems in the game that are like, these are like once per day, and then it's like, okay, you're not going to get as much stuff now. You can keep playing, but it is most efficient to do just a little bit each day and then go leave. Like, there are measures in-game that kind of are anti, well, that's kind of crass. Is there a better term? They're anti-sit down and don't eat or sleep or breathe, right? They want you to go and, you know, take a break and be healthy. Oh, slugs. Perish. Yeah, see, these guys have a little point-blank AoE, so I gotta keep backing up. Nice. I know Yoshi P plays well. He does play FF14, though. But, like, you know, given that he kind of knows how everything works. Oh, who's this? Jinx, is there a beast? Is it the Oliver? If it's Oliver, please post many Oliver emotes in my chat. We need them. Who is this? I am not a threat. Pray ignore my presence for the present and allow me a moment to cogitate. This is a cat girl. Yeah! Kitty. The reaction to my sudden appearance was within expected parameters, but I must admit I did not expect so proficient a performance against the enemies set against you. Yet, effective though your tactics were, I spied much room for improvement. Ah! I'm dying. I've been talking too much. Wator. Yet, effective though your tactics were, I spied much room for improvement. As I watched you battle, the wheels of my mind whirled into motion, as they are wont to do, inventing other possible strategies you might have employed. Let's see, taking into account your current level of ability, factoring the etheric contest, multiplying by the number of opponents, and applying your tactics to other potential combat scenarios, oh dear, my calculations indicate failure upon encountering threat level 9785. Well, we'll have to see what we can do about that. Though the opportune window to do so has passed, I would nevertheless introduce myself. I am Calithia. Wait, I put an extra T in there. Kalia. I am Kalia, a Melvin's Gate Assessor. Acting Guildmaster Thubrium elected me to oversee your training and provide any necessary guidance and instruction in the field of Arcanima. She's a co-worker. And my superior. Catgirl Mage. From what I have observed thus far, you have an admirable grasp of the fundamentals. I do, however, wish to confirm one small detail. Regarding your choice of arcane geometries, what factor most influences your actions during battle? I follow my heart. Aha! Just as I predicted, and now I have the final element needed to perform another calculation. The probability of you becoming an Arcanist of note is 90%, give or take 0.5%. Yes, the certainty is quite high. After all, I know of one other practitioner who responded to my question in the same manner. It was the man who bestowed upon me this grimoire, the Guildmaster himself. While our inscrutable leader is, as I'm sure you've heard, on an indefinite leave of absence, he did leave us with his most notorious saying to date. Strategy is a tool used to manipulate one's situation into the desired reality. No matter how gifted you and I might be, however, the instantaneous manipulation of reality that might cause us to suddenly become mighty arcanists is beyond our present abilities. Discipline and experience is the finest strategy in this case. I suggest you continue to focus on refining your aptitude with Carbuncle. Mastery with an arcane entity will greatly improve your success as a wielder of Arcanima. Here ends your lesson for today. Pray return directly to the guild. I believe Mr. Supergame is awaiting some inspected cargo. And what of myself? I'm off to the fields, of course. The tactics I reasoned out earlier must be attempted in real-life scenarios. Theory is all well and good, but there's no substitute for actual combat. We will meet again soon. Here she go. She's not Engie. She got Engie ears? I don't know. She's excited. Ooh, sheepies. Sheepies! Kill sheepy! Oh, that's all the sheepies I need to kill. I don't know. I don't think she was angry. Maybe the Mikote body language is just different. Gubu. He's also level 12, which means I don't want to fight him, but yeah. You can actually get one of these to ride around on as a mount later, but it's a pretty long quest line that I'm probably not going to do on this character. There are many such good... There are a lot of... This game is good. There are a lot of cool characters. There are a lot of good enemy designs. The music is very good. The everything. It's so... There is a reason I have poured over 6,000 hours into this game. It is so good. It is my current favorite video game. I love it. I love it so much. Alright, Fubergim, I have returned. With the cargo. Yes, everything seems to be in order, relatively clear of blood and other gore. That can be something of a problem in our profession, you understand. I also had word from Kalia regarding your performance. She seemed eager to continue your training. An odd lass, I'll admit, but the guild can boast no finer mind for tactics. You would do well to heed the instruction she offers, particularly that which touches upon the diligent approach to our art. Did you perhaps notice the battered tome Kalia carries? That initiate's grimoire has served her from the day she entered the guild. She has her reasons, but it's admittedly strange to see it kept all the way to her present position as Foreseer. I fear such an intense focus on Arcanima has led her to overlook other important aspects of her life. As our master strategist guides your Arcanist training, I hope that you might return the favor and help broaden her own perspective somewhat. But enough of such matters for the moment. You've done well this day, Blippi. Continue your practice with Carbuncle, as Kalia has bid. I will be here when the time comes for your next lesson. So I get a better weapon and better gear. That's slightly better than what I have. I don't want the hat, because I already have a better hat. Is this ring better? I don't think it is, no. Is this better? No. I guess it's the robe. Alright. Benui, instead of having the default Benui clothing, I now have the default I'm a newbie mage robe. Yeah. All the cool looking stuff is high level, so. Outfit, get! Alright, let's see. Where do I go now? I need to go to Summerford Farms, which is in Middle Enosha. Okay. On to the main story quest. Oops. Here we go. Off we go. I think at level 20 or 25, you get access to the glamour system. It's gated by your main story quest progression, but I think it's roughly that level. I don't remember. I'll point it out when we get there. We probably won't get there today. In fact, we probably won't even get to the first dungeon today, because there is a fair amount going on before that. Oh, and for anyone who arrived late and wants to catch the beginning of the stream, as this is sort of a continuous story, all of my VODs are going to go up on my YouTube VOD channel after the stream. So I think I linked it in the Twitch, like, About Me links, so you can find it there. I'm not doing any editing to them, so it should just be purely, like, the raw footage, and it's just mostly there for archival purposes. I should make a Nightbot command to advertise the VOD channel. That's a good idea. I'm gonna make a note of that. I don't need any of those. Okay, I made a note. Now I will remember. Because I don't think I ever actually finished my thought on the you can play this game as much or as little as you want. Regarding the alarms, if I miss my alarms, it's not a big deal. Like, I don't lose anything. I just don't get the thing that week, which is fine. Because the only things that are, like, really important about it are, well, it's just like, oh, you get, you know, more resource of a thing this week, but it's not, like, mission critical. So, it is very much a play it as much or as little as you want. I should narrate this guy. Stalewart. Hold on. I can look at what he said before. Ah, you must be the adventurer Bateran promised to send along. Blippy Benoy, wasn't it? You honored his word, so that's a good start. I'm Stalewart, the old bastard, as Bateran likely described me, and this here is my humble orchard. A good number of the lads and lasses working here once terrorized the high seas, and if you're wondering why I employ these scrags, well, they used to crew my pirate ship. But the calamity did for our ship, like it did so many others, and I was sore wounded into the bargain. I had to feed myself and my crew somehow, and Admiral Merylweb's initiative to get us landlocked buccaneers work in the field seemed too fine an offer to refuse. Well, it turns out you can take the pirate away from the sea, but you can't take the sea away from the pirate. A lot of my blokes just never took to tending the soil, you see. And unfortunately, the botanists I called in to train them have been wringing their hands in black despair. With so much work piling up, I need a tougher soul like you to step in and help where it's needed. Alright, farm chores. So you can see here, this one has Disciple of War, and this one has all classes. Later on, they get more specific about which classes and jobs can use which items, but at the beginning of the game, it's pretty much melee classes and ranged classes, and then casters. So basically, non-caster and caster are your distinction at the beginning of the game. So all classes, because it gives intelligence in mind. We're going to pick that boot. And equip new boot. Bam. So now I have new boot. Hard to see, but boot. Alright. I've mind to set you a task, Benoy, but before I do, I need to be sure you're properly kitted out. Pirates don't care to parley with dandies, you understand. Might be well that the ones here have traded in their cutlasses or coulters, but they're still rogues at heart. I know a solid set of gear when I see it. Come back when you think you're more suitably equipped. So this quest stumps a lot of new players. In my case, I have item level 5 everything except a hat. So, I need a better hat. Where can I get a better hat? Good news is there is a... I think this guy... Yeah, Merchant and Mender right here. Where I can purchase battle gear. And I can buy a hat. Like this hempen hat. Cool. And that hempen hat is item level 5. So if I equip that, you'll note it doesn't show up because I am a Viera, so I do not get a cool wizard hat. But now that I have an item level 5 or above in all of my classes, or sorry, in all of my gear slots, I can complete this quest. Oh, as long as you're this well covered, I won't feel any guilt throwing you to the sharks. Erstwhile buccaneers are an ornery lot. They rage and love for the sea and care little for the laws of the land. But they respect strength, and by the looks of you, I'd say you'll have a little trouble getting their attention. So, what do I got? Ooh, a grimoire, but I think this is the same. Yeah, see, this is the same as the one I got for my class quest. So I'm going to take the money instead. It's not money, but it's an item that sells for a decent amount of money. See, exchangeable for gil. And I'm going to immediately equip the friendship circlet once again. Ooh, energy drain. So you can see now I have this other indicator below the ether charge indicator. That shows how many charges of ether flow I get when I use energy drain. Ether flow charges can be spent on various attacks, I think. But at the moment, the only thing I can use it on is Fester. Which you'll see how that is an instant cast. With a recast of 1 second. I can use this skill while my other skills are on cooldown. So this lets me do more damage more quickly. Like I can like use Ruin, and then while Ruin is still coming off cooldown, throw a Fester in there, and then hit another Ruin, and not lose any, like, there's no downtime there. More damage per damage, exactly. What I'm talking about here, this idea of throwing another skill in while your global cooldown is rolling, this is called weaving, because it's like you're weaving other skills in between beats of your global cooldown skills. In fact, energy drain can be weaved as well, and should be. Generally speaking, you always want to have your global cooldown moving. You don't want to, given the choice between using a global cooldown skill or a weaved skill, you want to use a global cooldown skill, and then while it's on cooldown, use a weave skill. But that is sort of a high-level optimization. You don't have to worry too much about that at the beginning. Oh, this is just explaining the thing I just explained. Lamau. Ah, Benui, that aura of confidence tells me you've not been idle since last we met. I hope I've read you right. For I have a task that requires the attention of a capable adventurer. Like that adventurer be you? Alright, what's he want me to do? Good to hear. Then I shall lay before you the sorry tale. You will have heard rumors of the abductions. Aye, citizens have been disappearing from every corner of Limsa Lominsa, as if plucked from the face of Hydaelyn, boots and all, by an unseen hand. And what's this got to do with Summerford Farms, you might ask? Well, that remains to be seen, but it seems a collection of right unsavory fellows with azure-tattooed faces has been creeping up to the edges of the fields and spying on my yeomen. Now, I doubt anyone would enjoy being scrutinized by such savages at the best of times, but the farm hands are convinced that they're the kidnappers of rumor come for their hides. Needless to say, they're beside themselves with worry, and their work's suffering for it, which is the very last thing I need when my old crewmen are still getting used to their new jobs. 'Tis a struggle to get 'em to leave the farmhouse of a morning. That is, as they say, where you come in. Would you be willing to investigate these tattooed thugs for me? But of course. Good lad. The sooner we get to the bottom of this, the sooner this place will start to resemble a working farm again. I suggest you begin by having a look around Seasong Grotto. If reports are to be believed, our unwelcome visitors have occupied the place. Be careful, though, Benui. I couldn't say for sure what manner of miscreants we're dealing with here. If they are the kidnappers, well, just be on your guard, alright? Alright, intrigue. We're gonna investigate some kidnapping. Oh yeah, there is fall damage in this game, but it cannot kill you. Unless you're in combat. If you're in combat, you can die to fall damage. So be warned, if you are chased off the edge by an enemy, not good. If you're just running around and jump down, you're fine, unless there's an enemy at the very bottom to slap you after you drop to 1 health. Misadventure. Dying isn't really that punishing in this game, though. I mean, it damages your gear, so you'll have to go talk to an NPC mender to fix it up. But, you know, you don't really need to... Oh, hold on. I'm going to take this hat out of there so I don't accidentally equip it. You can go talk to an NPC mender. Oops. Wait. Oh, it's underground. I'm smart. This way. It doesn't cost that much, you know, and at early levels, you know, it's really cheap to repair your gear. But it also teleports you back to, the... Oh, goodness, what's it called? It teleports you back to your home aetherite. Ooh, things to kill. See, I was able to slam those festers in after weaving my... What? Yeah, man. After weaving, I used Ether Charge, and while everything was on cooldown, I was able to get festers in without losing any downtime. But then I tried to target stuff that the guy killed, so I was less optimal, but it didn't matter. Did I get all of the ones I needed? Yeah, I did. That was 3. Cool. Stone Monument. So anything that has this kind of glowy aura about it means you're going to go into an instanced fight when you click on it. So you can see here, oh, you're about to enter an instance battle. You cannot be in a group while you do an instance battle, so if you are running around with your friends, these are points where you gotta break group, go do your thing, and then reform the group afterward. It also, see how it says level sync is in effect? If you're above this level, it will drop you down to that level for the duration of the fight. So I will not have access to my level 10 skills, I'll only have access to 9 and below.
I am the waves that bear, I am the winds that guide. I am the evening stars, I am the morning sky. I am born of the sea, and there shall I die. Thus reads the sailor's requiem, carved into yonder stone.
Wife. Stola is bae. I love her.
Such words well describe the manner in which the citizens of Limsa Lominsa live their lives. It is both a litany against misfortune for those out on the waves, and a prayer that the souls of those who perish on land might find their way back to the sea. Ah, you are the adventurer I've seen around Summerford Farms.
She's the other reason to start in Limsa Lominsa, because then you get to interact with her, best cat girl.
I thought myself on the trail of the kidnappers, but it would seem I
Tiny
have
stick
missed
wife
my
for
mark.
now. Ah, Stola, the arc of your journey is long and winding. Uh-oh.
Or perhaps not.
Moskai! Angry Moskai!
As I suspected, the etheric disturbance here is no natural occurrence.
I hope so. I hope all the characters that are still relevant get costume changes.
Nor is it a coincidence
No
that
spoilers.
the two of us should come here in search of those responsible for the disappearances, only to be attacked. But who stands to benefit from the keeping of this secret? Oh, such thoughts must wait. Let us attend to the task at hand, unpleasant though it be.
Alright, I get to do a proper fight now. Granted, at the moment, I only have the one big spell. But I have the Ruby Ruin and the Ruby Carbuncle. Oop, bonus, guys. Nice. They are dealt with. Back to attacking the Moss Bat. Uh-oh, more buddies. Nice. You know, they took my dots in the divorce, Puck. I have no dots.
Phew.
The joke here being Arcanist used to have quite a few damage over time abilities. And in one of the more recent patches, they got reworked to not have damage over time abilities, so... No dots. Not anymore. It's fine. Stola was doing enough dots for the both of us. Because she can do 2 dots, whereas most conjurers only have the 1. She's just that cool. Ooh, what's this?
Hear.
Oh, hi, Heidelin.
Feel. Think.
What is this? That was a vision, I think. Seems like a vision.
Crystal bearer.
Hello? Yeah, there were a lot of dots that Arcanist and Summoner had.
All made one.
Hi, Heidelin.
A light there once was that shone throughout this realm, yet it hath since grown dim. And as it hath faltered, so hath darkness risen up in its stead, presaging an end to life. For the sake of all, I beseech thee, deliver us from this fate. The power to banish the darkness dwelleth in the crystals of light. Journey forth and lay claim to them.
Big crystal. Big crystal.
By thy deeds shall the crystals reveal themselves to thee. Only believe for the light liveth in thy heart.
Oh. So cool. Ooh, shiny.
Go now, my child, and shine thy light on all creation.
Uh-oh.
Awake again? Are we?
Guess I passed out.
Aha! The poor creature's fury was kindled with cruel forethought. See this blade? I found it in the Gubu's back.
Mean to him!
I have seen knives of this kind before. They are most commonly used for the cutting of rope. It would appear our culprits are seafaring men of some persuasion. Piratical being the most probable. In any event, you seem much recovered from your sudden affliction. I confess, I was rather taken aback when you collapsed at the very moment of our victory. Mayhap a surfeit of ether?
Saw a vision.
I beg your pardon. A towering crystal. I'm sure I don't... Oh!
No, she's not
Well,
like that.
This has been a day of
Stola
unexpected
is
revelations.
cool and good. Also, shush,
I
no
must
spoilers
continue
for
my
late game.
investigation.
This chat is full of people who have not played the game before, and I want people to be able to enjoy the ride.
In the meantime, I suggest you deliver this knife to your patron, along with a warning concerning the pirate's probable involvement in this murky business. The days ahead promise little rest, I fear. May our paths cross again, under the light of the crystal.
Well, pirates. So we know that there are pirates, and they are actively attacking, as we're on their trail. Oh yeah, there is an in-game time, so you can see here in the top right, there's server time, my local time, and Eorzea time. And so there is an in-game day-night cycle, complete with a weather cycle. I think it's every 8 in-game hours, it cycles the weather, and obviously every 12 hours it switches from day to night. I think it's 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. is day. I don't remember. If you're not a fisherman, you don't really need to care too much about Eorzea time or the weather. If you are a fisherman, you live and die by the time and the weather, because that determines what fish you can get. Benoy, right glad am I to see you safely returned. My lads were all gabbing about hearing what sounded like all 7 hells breaking loose near the grotto, and I feared I'd sent you to your death. If you were in the middle of that commotion, I hope it yielded something of interest. I'd hate to think you'd risk your life for naught. Not all fish are weather and time dependent, but a lot of the rare ones are. I have a friend who is I think he's caught every fish in the game. And so he's the guy I always go ask about fish stuff. But he knows far more about it than I do. A blade pulled from the back of a creature you slew at the cave, eh? I'd agree that such a knife would be part of any seafaring man's kit. Starting to think that these ruffians are pirates come to lure my farmhands back to a life of plunder. Chances are they didn't take kindly to your appearance on their doorstep and sent a matted gooboo on you. Aye, the pirates have been adding to their numbers of late. I'd best warn the lads and lasses in my employ to be on their guard against their schemes. You met someone else at the grotto. A woman with a strange contraption. Ah, Ishtola! She's been in Limsa for a good while now. Her studies of the ether often bring her out to Summerford, so her presence at the grotto is hardly unusual. She's an odd-looking lass, I grant you. But she's not the kind to associate with kidnappers, you may take my word for that. Where trust should be lacking is in those yeomen of mine who have yet to wholly relinquish their pirate pasts. The temptation to return to the free and easy life of a buccaneer may prove too strong to resist. You have my thanks, Bnoy. If it weren't for the efforts of the stalwart adventurers like yourself, this farm would be in a far worse state than it is. Just you keep on lending your talents to those in need, eh? Help bring Limsa the brighter future she deserves. I don't know if I can keep up voices for everyone, because it is killing me. I might just narrate in my normal voice. Ooh, level up. What'd I get? Anything good? No, I think I don't get any stuff at level 11. Like 15? Yeah, 15 is the next time I get something cool. Well, I get my res at level 12. That sea sloth Severin and his lot, never around when there's work to be done. I'd sooner hire you for the sake of getting things done, but then the rapscallions would never learn. Round them up and let them know that Stalewern would like a word, and don't take no for an answer. Alright. So I gotta go round up the pirates. Where are they? Hello. Work? I can't work when me hands are full lifting this mug. You know, I'd wager me last skill you'd never guess what I'm drinking. Swill water. No, swill wine? Swill wine. Well, you're right about the swill part. I reckon it might be worth a day of doing Stalewern's chores if it'll afford me taste a proper grog. What is going on here? Are they gonna fight? Didn't hear it. Yeah, they're gonna fight. Nah. Oh, I'm at the level where I can, unlock the Chocobo Porters. So if you don't want to use the teleportation, you can take Chocobo Keeps to get from point A to point B, and you'll actually fly there. Or not fly, but it's like an auto horse, where you get on and then the mount will just take you to where you need to go. Where is... Oh, he's outside the gate. There you are. Oh, how am I supposed to work on an empty stomach? Go on, have a guess at what I had for breakfast. Ash tuna. God, so'd you know. It's my breath, ain't it? It probably smells as wooden as the food tasted. But I know why you're here. Just as I'd soon get some real food in me, but I ain't one to reject a summons from the cap'n. Let's see. This way. Axes were made for splitting skulls, not stumps. You know what I did in my sailing days? Hunt and slaughter. You bet your beard I did, lad. Aye, those were the days. Oh, I reckon now I'll have to be satisfied taking my axe to the trees. Oh, what's this guy? Humor. So Stalorun sent you. What do you reckon I say to that? I've saucier seeds to sow. Damn right. Didn't get where I am by taking guff from any glorified gardeners. But I suppose I could see what he wants to get him off my back. I'm Severin. You the old man's errand boy now? Tell my dear old captain not to wet his britches. I'll be along. And just so we're clear, I don't care for landlubbers. Go find the chocobo you rode in on and ride on out. Wow, rude. I didn't ride here on a chocobo anyway, I ran. I don't have a chocobo yet. Alright, so we found all the lads. What now, Stalorun? You continue to impress, lad. All but Severin are accounted for. It's no fault of yours he squirmed out. I've let that worm wriggle through my fingers more times than I can count. But rest assured, the next time I see him, I'll put him squarely in the dirt, where all such worms belong. Oh! Oh, that's just I've done a certain number of quests, I think, is that achievement. Double dealing. Stalorun worries his sack of oranges will not reach the Lathagran checkpoint as planned. Pains me to say, but all the gil in the world can't buy loyalty. There are some, like you, who can be trusted, but then there are others. Until now, I've had no choice but to rely on that charlatan Severin, even though I'm full aware he's doing shady deals behind my back. More than once, I've heard tell of improper trade-in with goblins. I wouldn't be the least surprised if that were happening right now. Not a bell ago, a sack of oranges vanished, as did Severin. I want you to find and confront the bastard for me, Benoy. I'm sure there's wrongdoing afoot, so be sure to doubt, and whenever you see, like, a word in orange like that, it's referring to an emote that you can do. Be sure to doubt anything that comes out of his mouth. So you can see here, confront Severin and cast /doubt on his actions. So I have to go up to him, and I can't just talk to him, I have to /doubt at him. Press X to doubt, indeed. There's this goblin encampment. Where is Severin? Oh, there you are. Alright, sir. I doubt you. You question Severin. What's this now? Stalorun sent you for the oranges? Oh. So the old bugger had known all this time. What does it matter anyway? Listen, you're one of those goody-goody adventurer types, right? Go rescue me mates from those double-dealing goblins. They're just over yonder by the bonfire. Man. This guy's a butt. I don't like Severin. So when you see purple like this, it means you're going to fight enemies when you either interact with the object or enter the area. I'm under attack. I'm being mugged. Uh-oh. Nice. Rescue. I owe you one. Would have gotten away myself if not for Severin shoving me aside. Ooh. You don't sell out your friends, dude. That's... Ooh. Oh boy. Severin's got something to answer for. If you hadn't come, my dodo would have been cooked. Cooked dodo. Unfortunately, I don't know if we can. We will see. Severin sent you? Huh, the way he flew out of here, I was sure he'd sold us down the river. That is true, he did send us back to help, but I don't like him. He's very self-serving. Saved me, mates, and for that I owe you. Suppose I should be ashamed I couldn't clean up my own mess. But a pirate knows no shame. I've no qualms about going back on my word. I'm only giving you this sack because I like the cut of your jib. Take it to Austin and send him my regards. Yeah. He's not completely gone, but he is kind of an asshole. Here's your oranges. What have we here? A delivery from Summerford Farms, and as scheduled? Oh, there's a first time for everything. Oh, look at that. Not a single one missing either. About the only things not here are those bagmen, and I don't miss them one bit. Here's Stellan's payment in full. With you, I can trust it'll reach him. You can take the pirate out of the sea. You know what? I don't want to run all the way back. I'm going to teleport. No, this is as cheap as teleporting gets. I don't want to spend a ticket on it. It ranges from like 100 gil to like 2,000 gil, depending on how far away it is. Since it's cheap, may as well just pay the fee. Back in one piece, that's a relief. How'd you fare, Benoit? Here's your money. Ah, this is what I was aiming for. Looks to be all I was owed, alright. Though I'd be telling you false if I claimed I had not held out more hope for Severin. I was even willing to overlook the skimming off the top, but to sell us all short in favor of those godforsaken goblins. You'd do well to mind yourself around that 2-guild sheet. If he'd leave his own mates for dead, there's no telling what he'd do to you. So this is a better chest piece, but it also means I can't equip Cured Ahead, which means I won't be able to equip my XP hat, so it is not what I want. It does give the stats of a chest and a headpiece together, though. Alright, what does Gurkant want? Gurkant seeks fertile soil to improve the yields of his newly plowed fields. Last, at this rate, the crops will never be ready for harvest. If only we had black loam. Just a bit could send our stocks soaring. I'll bet Rotwida knows where you might find some. Perhaps you might pay her a visit in the orchard? Alright. Get some black loam. Yeah, this is an orange orchard. Some of the best oranges come from Lenosha. These farms. That Gurkant's got a head of cabbage if he thinks I'm fetching him any black loam. But if you dare to pinch some from the cook pot, then be my guest. Just mind you don't get trampled upon by the aurochs that dwell there. Once you've 3 bushels worth, take the black loam to Frewall at Tiller's Rest. He'll know what to do. Alrighty, off to collect some fertilizer from the source. Little floaty fish. Yeah, so you would imagine, this is simply a game abstraction where the fish are just chilling. No, those fish are actually floating. That is in universe. And that was not clear to me for a long time. Those fish are in fact floating there above the water. Get in the water? Alright. I'm in the water. No fish? Nah, fish doesn't need to get in the water. There we go. It's fine. It gets around just fine. Alright, these guys are red, so they'll attack me. So I'm going to hit them before, so I don't get wrecked. Okay, these guys are powerful. Whoops. Oh, come on. We're almost dead. There we go. The diegetic fish. It's really obscure, too, because it's like, it's a bit of throwaway dialogue in one of the most recent expansions that kind of explained why the fish were the way they were, and I love that. It was a little bit of detail that they didn't have to explain, because everybody would have just accepted it as being a game abstraction, and they were like, no, we are that committed to the detail and the consistency of our game. It's just the devs care. The devs coded an entire Mahjong minigame on their free time because they were just like, hey, you know what? We want to put Mahjong in the game, and, you know, I know you don't have any dev time allocated for this, but we'll just do it on our breaks. It's fine. And then they did, and now there's Mahjong in the game, and you can just play Mahjong if you want to. The people making this game care deeply about the game and the quality of it. Oh. Here's your fertilizer. Quite literally, a steaming sack of shite. True. But a bit of this black loam ought to change all that. I haven't seen any in ages. Gathering black loam's not for the weak of will, nor the weak of stomach, eh? Oh, don't tell me they... Gurkhat and Rutwide neglected to mention where black loam comes from. Well, surely you figured it out on your own from the cloying stench. It comes from the Ark's lair, of all places. Well, why dwell on who misled whom about what? What matters is that your efforts have brought us the black loam, and we can expect a bountiful harvest as a result. Thank you. Alright, intelligence in mind, but I start with a better bracelet anyway, so I'm just gonna get the money. Thrall needs stolen farm tools recovered. Hounded pirates, they know nothing of tillin', only killin', stealing our shovels to melt and forge into axes of all things. They're biting the hand that feeds them, the mangy mongrels. I'd love to teach those curs a lesson in obedience myself if I hadn't sworn to Staleworn that I wouldn't fight no more. So I need you to bring back our farm tools and make sure those dogs reap what they've sown. Bloody pirates. And so, over here is the pirate encampment. And there's a lot of them. And this is where... This is a lot of where a lot of first-time players die. Because they go in, and these are slightly higher level than they're used to, and a lot of them come at you at once. So it is very easy to get overwhelmed if you are not careful. Oh, that's the captain. Good news is none of his friends attacked with him. So that was the nastiest pirate in there. Oh, you didn't die. There we go. Oh, these guys are on my hunt line. Cool. I'm gonna keep killing them. Was that the last one? That was the last one. Nice. Got the tools. Back to Driftwall we go. I wonder what those sea dogs try and steal when there's no to harvest. But don't worry, there will be a harvest. Here are your tools. The pirates won't trouble you much more. Good to see the tools back and in serviceable condition. Which will be more than we can say of Severin when we get our hands on him. The wretch likely had a role in the theft. Severin, you fucker! Spied him meeting the pirates in secret, I did. Couldn't care less if the wastrel won't work, but when he consorts with cutpurses will take our tools away, he's crossed the line. Stalrun ought to know what sort of scalawag he's dealing with. Take word to him, would you? He's just such an annoyance. Like, he's being a nuisance, and he's getting people hurt. And that's no good. But he's a pirate. What are you gonna do? Pirate's gonna pirate. Wish he wouldn't, though. Still, it'll bite him in the ass at one point, I hope. Alright, Stilrun. You should know. Pirates making off with our tools. Griffwall did well not to take matters into his own hands. Last thing I need is blood on my crops. But I'll be damned if Severin thinks he can take us for fools. His treachery won't go unpunished. Nice. Ooh! That is a better weapon. Lucid Dreaming. This is a staple of any caster because it's your "oh no, I need mana" button. It increases your mana regen for decent 21 seconds. Interesting. That's a very specific length of time, and I don't know why. Still, very good. I think it's because mana ticks every 3 seconds, so it's probably because it's for 7 mana ticks. So, anyway. I've come to expect a great deal from you, lad, and you've never once let me down. Yet what I'd ask of you now goes beyond aught I've asked before. Would you hear my plea all the same? Best dessert. Stalrun is reason to believe Severin is up to no good. Something must be done. Alright. It eases my mind to have your ear. You're no doubt familiar with that scoundrel Severin by now. Well, the scheme and scapegrace is at it again. Since that letter came for him, he's been skulking about in that manner which he does when he's up to no good. Now he's rounded up his rogues and buggered off, with nary a word to anyone. I've grown accustomed to his insolence, but something tells me this is different. It ain't exactly damning, but when I last had words with him, he didn't look defiant so much as hunted. I can't help thinking he's gone looking for trouble and found more than he wanted. So I was hoping you might hunt his sorry hide down and drag it back here before it's too late. The ungrateful little cur bites me every chance he gets, but I can't quite bring myself to cut him loose. I suppose he reminds me of my younger self. Suffice it to say, I'd rather he didn't come to a sticky end. As for how to find him, I'd try asking Grinwida at the Aetheryte. She was the last one to see him. I dare say she'll be able to tell you where he was headed. She's over at the Aetheryte. Well, let's see if the trouble he bit off was more than he can chew. Nothing that passes through those gates escapes my notice. I saw the Rouser and his rabble set out for Woad Whisper Canyon not long ago, singing about drinking themselves stupider. Cheeky sods said I should join them. I told them I'd rather shrivel up than sip whatever it was that had pickled their brains. If you find the idle swine, be sure and give them a cuff round the ear from me, will you? Alright. We are an adventurer. Adventurers do the job, they get paid, and hopefully they make Eorzea a little bit better in the process. If you want Severin to come back safe, we will make Severin come back safe, as distasteful as it may be. It's such a bright, clear day. Lenosha is very I mean, all of it's really scenic, but just like Lenosha has very nice horizons. Alright, I think they're down here. Oh, I can't. Oh. Hello. Of all the dirty, deceitful, downright dastardly deeds that slippery bastard's done. Oh, claiming to take the lads out for a drink, only to lead us straight into a bloody trap. You don't get no lower than that. Of course, I've learned to stay a step ahead of old Severin, so I was ready. But the others weren't so lucky. You've got to help them. Well, that's not good. Oh, another one managed to get away. Irmhus. My axe may as well have been white flag for all the good it did. Hope you fare better, or the sorry bastards in there are done for. Uh-oh. Oh, there's Severin and a tattooed man. And we're about to get into a fight. Severin might have got us into this mess, but I ain't about to let him give his life for us. I'd sooner bow to a fishback than be in that conniving bastard's debt. To arms! Uh-oh. What's going on? A true knave! You betray even yourself, Severin. Oh. We were prepared to overlook the matter of your desertion on the condition that you provided us with suitable replacements. That was the agreement. Yet your latest change of heart leaves your debt to us unpaid. Few are they who betray the Serpent Reavers twice. You will not do so a third time. Cowering behind your protector will only delay the inevitable. Honorless wretch, your life is all you have left. And worthless though it be, we shall take it. Whoops, the fuck? O mournful voice of creation, send unto me a creature of the abyss, my thrall to command, that I may smite mine enemies. Uh-oh. The pirates appear to have fucked off. Defeat the clay golem. Okay. Let's go. You are strong, but are you strong enough to withstand this? I mean, it missed. impossible! Never has the golem been so sorely tested. And yet, I beat it. The golem could be vanquished. That man is no ordinary adventurer. Spooky. Well, that was weird. Okay, well, the pirates fucked up. Oh! Stola! The snake slithered away. I am only glad he did not have the chance to sink his fangs more deeply into you. Oh. What is this? Those pirates do not belong to any of the known Leminson factions. Whom then do they serve? Beast tribes? Surely not. She's so beautiful we swoon at the sight of her, you see. That's what happens, Cass. But the timing of their appearance coincides all too neatly with the recent surge in Sahagin and Kobold activity. Something is afoot. The question is, what? Could it be that the tribes are planning to summon their primals? 12 help us if it should prove so. Limsa would be hard-pressed to keep a single primal at bay, let alone two. But all is yet speculation. We must needs find evidence. Seas continue to rise, while the lesser moon continues to fall. So this is at least 7 years ago, because Dalamud has already fallen. So something's up here. This is clearly not the present. And ilm by ilm, the world becomes ever more unlike itself. It is as Louisoix foretold. Link failed? Oh yeah. It's true. Termina explode. GG. The coming of chaos has rendered the laws of nature mutable, blurring the boundary between the material and ethereal planes. Little now stands between us and the primals. But they are not here yet. Though time be against us, hope shall ever be on our side. Never did the creed of Charlian ring more true. Never did I dream that I would possess the means to see ether. Yet now that I do begin to take it for granted. How swiftly do the wonders of Charlian seem commonplace. Here, for you. Have you come for the festivities? Today the Maelstrom officially makes that great hole in the sea its training ground. Join in the celebrations. Wait, a disturbance in the etheric flow. Whence does it emanate? Seasong Grotto, perhaps? Wait. So was that right before she came and met us the first time? Seems we may have been jumping around in time there. No, apparently it can't, Cass. But hopefully it will gain the ability. What have we here? Can you walk? Oh, it's Bastard. Tis I. Regrettably, no. He eluded me. Understood. I will inform the Commodore. You collapsed from your exertions. Are you suitably recovered? Severin here has apprised me of all that transpired. His account sheds some light upon how you came to be attacked by a golem, of all things. She has a link pearl. So, there are things called link shells that create link pearls, and when one link pearl vibrates, they all vibrate at the same frequency. I.e., you have radio. A shell phone. A golem is a mindless automaton, inert save when commanded to be otherwise. Common pirates could not hope to control such a thing, so arcane are its workings. But then these tattooed wretches are no common pirates. They are the minions of the Sahagin. As to their purpose, well, I shall get to the bottom of it. But first I must escort Severin back to his place of employment. I dare say Stalewern will be wondering what has become of him. And you too, for that matter. I will bear word to him of your preservation, but I am certain he would like to thank you in person. Pray pay the man a visit. Another fun drinking game is anytime somebody says must needs, because it comes up a lot. Ah, he told me of you, but perchance he did not tell you of me. My name is Yistola. I am a naturalist of sorts, surveying the ether in the hope that it might offer up some clue as to our predicament. That's a good question, Jinx. I'm gonna say magnets. Or magic. Maybe both. I'd say I owed you my life. That don't cover it. If it weren't for you, my friends would be dead and all. 'Tis a debt I can never repay. But I'll not make things worse by running away. Take me to Summerford Farms, and I'll face the consequences. For reasons I cannot fathom, you seem... But forgive me. Mayhap we shall have a chance to speak again when I have marshaled my thoughts. Until our paths next cross, farewell. Alright. Back to Summerford Farms. Teleport, let's go. He finally learned. When will you learn that your actions have consequences? Lo! I knew you'd return. Ishtola delivered Severin a bit ago. Tales of your heroic deeds precede you. The rest came shuffling back too, the lot of them sporting the same haunted expression. 'Tis me who's to blame for all that. That and the rest. I was once a serpent reaver. A thrall to the Sahagin. 7 hells. Reavers may look and sound and act like pirates, but they're not but the fishback's flunkies. Us pirates ain't much for laws, but there's things we won't do. We've got a code, see? But the Reavers never followed a word of it. A few years back, they started snatching law-abiding Laminsans. I'd only just taken my oath when our captain bent the knee to his new Sahagin masters. I knew I had to get away. So I crept off one night, got myself a new name, and found myself a new home. Summerford Farms. Trouble is, secrets don't stay secret for long round here, and word soon spread, all the way back to the sea. The penalty for desertion is death, but the Reavers offered me a way out instead. My freedom in exchange for my mates. The letter. I don't know what I was thinking. I wasn't bloody thinking. Too busy soiling myself. Aye, but you got there in the end, didn't you? When the time came, you made the right decision. The men say little to me, but I hear him talk of how you stood up to the Reavers at the last, of how you tried to give your life to save theirs. Be that as it may, no deed, however good, can atone for the crime of betraying your brethren. I know that. I do. That's why I'm going to hand myself over to the Yellow Jackets. I'll bring shame to the farm no more. You'll hear no arguments from me. Each man must sail according to his own moral compass. I just hope yours guides you back here someday. There will always be a place for you at Summerford Farms, lad. Your cat is excellent. Jinx, you gotta put a picture of your cat in the Discord. We need fresh pictures of Oliver. And I'll always be in your debt, Staleward. Alright. Yes, good cat pictures. Alright, so that's Severin's arc concluded, I think. I owe you a debt too, Blippi. Not once have you let me down. Thank you for saving the men of my farm. If I could ask one more favor of you, it'd be this. Tell Bowderin what's happened, from start to finish. I'm certain he'd put in a good word for Severin if he knew the whole story. And he's one of the few people I know who the Yellow Jackets will listen to. Well, I reckon I've asked all I can possibly ask of you. Safe travels, son. Back to Limsa we go. And we're high enough level that I think I can do the next Arcanist quest. Oh. Player music. So bards gain the ability to perform music in-game. Specifically bards. You want to play music in-game? You level Archer into level 30, and then you get Bard. And then you get the perform skills. I don't recognize this, but oftentimes people will play recognizable music. Wait. I feel like I recognize this, but now I'm... But I don't quite. It's looping. It might be looping. Alright. But I think it's fun. We get to play music. But let us see what our Arcanist Guild friends have in store for us. I should have teleported. But at this point, I may as well just run there. Tactical planning. Alright. Yes, Flippy, the time for your next lesson is upon us. You are keeping well, I trust? Taking the occasional brisk walk? One cannot form sound thoughts if one fails to maintain a sound body. True, self-care. Unshrimp thyself and hydrate. This is Thorbergrim telling you, take care of yourself. Yeah. Yeah. Kitty. A speedy boy. Noom. Yes, good. Good. Ah, Thorbergrim. Now, assuming you have been following Kalia's instructions, you should be ready to face the more dangerous threats found in western Lenosha. I speak of roselings and wild jackals, and yes, I would have you vanquish 3 of each. 'Tis the perfect sample size. The first acts as a preliminary test case, the second to test your hypothesis, the third to perfect the tactics you've devised. Speaking of which, I trust your strategy will consist of more than simply flinging ruin over and over again. You are not the novice you once were, and your skills in the field ought reflect that. If you find yourself wanting further approaches, consider an assault with ruin in tandem with attacks from your carbuncle. When timed appropriately, you can deal a crippling blow to your opponent. Oh yeah, that was back when pets actually... I don't think they've changed that dialogue since they changed how pets work. So... because your carbuncle doesn't really attack. It's not how science works, it's how Arcanimo works, Jinx. I'm not a scientist, I'm an arcanist. Wait, how do I get to western Lenosha? Oh, it's north of middle Lenosha, I see. Alright, let's go to the Drowning Wrench first. What need have I for the scientific method when I can conjure what my mind wills from the very ether? Bloody hells! Life on the farm ain't quite how I pictured it. Ah, but you needn't worry yourself over young Severin. The Yellow Jacket as hands out the punishments is a good mate o' mine. If I ask him nice, I reckon he'd be willing to commute the lad's sentence from hanging to Keelallin. Kindly gent that he is. I'm only jesting with ye. I'll see he's treated fair. Now, it sounds to me like you've done everything old Stalewern asked o' ye, and more, justifying me generous finder's fee in the process. Much obliged, lad. As for a reward, well, she's a lonely lady, this drownin' wench o' mine. How'd you fancy keeping her company for a spell, with free room and board? Venturin's a tryin' business, after all. Them as don't rest their bones every now and again tend to end up with broken ones. And take it from me, fightin' ain't nearly so much fun when you're nursing a shattered arm. Got that? Good. There'll always be a free bed for you, so make use of it. So in-rooms are great, because it's a place where there's a lot of character customization and storage all kind of packed in one spot. Handy, especially if you don't have a house. Ah, not that you'll have much time for lying around, what with all the laves you'll be doing. Oh, didn't I mention? I'm putting your name down for levs. Our guild draws all manner of clients, offering all manner of odd jobs. Honestly, you'd be amazed how much folk will pay to avoid doing an honest day's labor. Just give to Mockery a shout whenever you feel like making a few extra gil. She'll always have some task or other for you to do. Levs are just like your generic, repeatable side quests. If you just want to grind quests for piddling XP, you can do Lev quests. They are not a good way to level. They're really not. It's just, they're fun, they're flavor, there are some achievements associated with them, but Lev quests are by and large ignorable. That said, if you're a crafter, crafting Lev quests are good. So you should unlock them, but only if you care about crafting. Ah, he's got more to say. Oh, and it's all above board, in case you're wondering. We're careful to stay on the Admiral's right side in here, unlike some pirates I could mention. I tell ye, if it turns out they had aught to do with them kidnappings, there'll be 7 L's to pay. A proper bleedin' reckoning. Yep, that's what Limsa needs, though. On rough seas, sometimes you have to rock the boat to ride it. But we'll have time for such talk when you're well and rested. Till then, enjoy the wench's hospitality. Yeah. You now have access to recommendations. This feature displays a list of quests or duties currently available in your area. It's sort of a, I don't know what I want to do, and the recommendations will say, here's some stuff you can do, but I know what I want to do. Okay, so you get to pick your starting city, but it is dependent on the class you pick. So if you want to start in Limsa Lominsa, you have to start as either a Marauder, an Arcanist. I think it might just be Marauder and Arcanist, actually. The other two, listen, the other two cities are just as good. Oh, there you go. Because, like, Gridania is, let's say, if you're a Conjurer, an Archer, or a Lancer, you get to start in Gridania, which is a very beautiful forest. And if you start as a Black Mage, a Gladiator, or a Pugilist, you start in Ul'dah. I think that's all 8. Yeah, that's 8 starting classes. There is also, although I don't know if this is in the free trial, because it came out in... Well, did it? No, it is in the free trial, because it came out post-ARR, pre-Heavensward. Rogue. Rogue is another class you can pick that starts in Limsa, but you can't start as a rogue. It starts at level 1, but you have to multi-class into it. In fact, I can show you. Oh, I should pick up the next quest, though. How do you fare, Blippy? Rested and ready to expand your horizons? Well then, I have an idea of where you might try heading next. Have you heard of the Skylift out in Middle Enosha? If you ever visited Woad Whisper Canyon, then you must have been up and down the thing at least once. It's that big bleeding scaffolding attached to the descent. Oh, it's that, yeah, it's what we ran down when we were going to go chase down Severin. That's that place. You've likely seen the lads and lasses out there using it to haul cargo up the cliff face. Hard labor, that, and I hear they could use an enterprising soul to pick up the odd jobs what no other bugger has time to deal with. Track down the head of the operation, bloke by the name of Werkit, and he'll be sure to put you to work on a task or two. But first, a Lev quest unlocks. A small thing, and not something I need to do, but why not? Ah, greetings, Blippy. Badarin has been most effusive in his praise of your accomplishments. Have you considered putting your abilities to use for the Adventurers Guild by undertaking a guild lev or two? Guild levs are the means by which we document requests for assistance from the citizenry, prior to assigning them to adventurers possessed of the necessary skills. From battlecraft levs that require the extermination of monsters, to tradecraft levs that ask for the creation of goods, the tasks we term lev quests are many and varied in their nature. Should your interest be piqued, I suggest you make your way to Swiftperch and speak with Swizgif. He will be happy to set your feet on the path to completing your first Lev quest. Something to do. Oh yeah, so the Rogues Guild is down here. The Dutiful Sisters of the Edelweiss. So I could... Nah, I don't want to be a rogue. But if you want to multi-class into rogue, that is where to do it. Which you can do after doing your level 10 class quest, which I am on right now. So I actually can't multi-class yet anyway. So I got 3 quests to do. Where are they? Western Lenosha. Middle Lenosha on the way to Western Lenosha. And Western Lenosha. So, Middle Lenosha it is. Oh, I'm almost level 15. If I hit level 15, I'm gonna go back to town. Game downloaded! Yay! I hit level 15. I mean, it's a big game. That's the other thing, is like, if you know a patch is coming, it's worth, like, planning for, oh, right, I need to update the game, because, you know, it takes a minute to download. But that's just how MMOs be. Yeah. Big. You know what? I'm actually going to do this Fate, because it might give me an FXP to get to level 15. I'm very close. Okay, so this is... Raiders are attacking this bridge, and the Yellow Jackets need some help. Okay. Go, Carbuncle! Haha! And then I can cure you, so you don't die. Except my cure is not very good. Okay. Oh, and you see how it's dropped me down to level 12? That's because if you're doing a Fate, you have to sync your level down to the appropriate level of the Fate if you want to participate. So, Fate's always... Oh! Level 15. But I may as well stay and finish. Ah, hey, glad I could solve that mystery for you, Jinx. Or at the very least, remind you of the solution to your mystery. Nice. Alright, well now that I'm level 15, I need to head back to... Oh, 20 seconds and I can use return. Awesome. And I will show you... Actually, yeah, I've been streaming for 4 hours now. So I'm going to show you the stuff that the Smith lets you do at level 15, and then I'm probably going to call it here. So... Come on. Let me teleport. There we go. So I'm going to show you the Smith's new player tutorial. And where is he? He's at the Drowning Wench, which is the aft castle, is the closest teleport. Alright, so I remember when he said, hey, go talk to the Smith if you have, like, if you're a new adventurer and you need some tips. So... once you're level 15, this guy will give you a tutorial so see, he gives you this little like tutorial, DPS training. This is specific to your role. So if you're a tank, you'll get tank training. If you're a healer, you'll get healer training. And stuff like that. There are a few of these, and they are worth doing, because they give you very good gear for level 15. Like, this gear is going to last you a good while. So, the moment you are level 15, this is worth doing. The other reason you want to do it is if you do every single one of these quests, you get a ring that A, has pretty good stats for level 15, and B, gives you 30% more XP until level 30. So, is very shiny, especially if you don't have the I recruited a friend hat or the I pre-ordered earrings kind of thing, because those are the other two things that are giving me XP bonuses. So, this is something that is available to everyone. Very much worth doing. It's good advice, and it gives you good gear. I do. If it's free trial, the code won't matter. If you're paying is when the code matters. Wait, did you subscribe, or are you doing the free trial, Jinx? Because if you're doing the free trial, you don't put the code in. Yeah, okay, that's fine then. Don't worry about the code. If you decide you want to actually buy the game, before you throw money, because it's during part of that process is when you put the code in. But don't worry about it. And honestly, if you forget, it's not a big deal. Like, I've already gotten, I think, every reward I can get from the turning stuff in. It's more just you also get free stuff if you use my code. So, it's more of a benefit for you. Oh, he's looping. I can just talk to him and we can go. Okay, what am I supposed to do here? I was so not paying attention. What am I supposed to do? Avoid... Okay, so this is the This is the don't stand in the bad tutorial. Alright. That's a big bad. Don't stand in the bad. Like, you don't even have to do damage in this tutorial. You just don't stand in the bad. It is amazing how many characters will still stand in bad, despite knowing better. Alright, now the other one attacks. No! Stand in the fire, not DPS higher. Uh-oh. I can't move! Ah, there we go. Now you can see how the animations are hitting me, but I'm not taking damage. It's because the moment that orange disappears, that's when it checks for, did you get hit? So once that orange disappears, it's safe to go back into there. Again, you know, err on the side of caution while you're learning, but once you know when the timing windows are, it's all good. Yeah, what did you say? Oh, I skipped past it, but it was like people who sit still don't prosper or something. Ah! Perfecting each of my lessons will earn you a piece of armor to aid you in your chosen role. The one exception to stand in the fire DPS higher is if you are a black mage specifically, and you put your ley lines down. You have a button that gives you a personal shield. You put the shield button on, and then you pray that you won't take too much damage. Because while you're in your ley lines, you do double cast, or you cast twice as fast, so you are effectively doing double damage while you are in your ley lines. So, that is the one exception to the rule of no, don't stand in the fire. And even then, it's stand in the fire if you absolutely know what you're doing. If you don't know what you're doing, don't stand in the fire. Because even certain attacks from a black, like even a black mage will die to certain attacks. Hey, gloves. And like, see how see those stats relative to what I have? Yeah, I had no gloves before. This is a huge upgrade for me. Boosts? Wait, what? Did I misspeak? Also, the brand new gear actually looks decent. So, like, if you do this whole thing and get the whole brand new whatever set, it actually looks pretty good. What previous comment? It didn't show up on my end, so, wait. Yeah, I don't know, Cass. It didn't show up. Alright, what am I doing? Oh, this is the don't pull aggro from the tank, you dingus. That is the whole point of this lesson. Now, I will say this. If the tank knows what they're doing and is doing their job properly, it should not matter who you attack. The tank should have aggro on every single enemy. However, if the tank does not know what they are doing, then you have to be a little smarter about who you attack, else you risk coming under attack. But like, if you're a badass DPS and you pull aggro from the tank, you can probably just kill the thing that is attacking you. But in this particular case, it's important to not attack the thing that the tank isn't hitting. But again, generally speaking, this won't be a problem. Oh yeah, this is also mentioning that, oh yeah, by the way, sometimes if you're behind the boss, you do more damage. That is specific to melee classes. Certain melee classes... No, every melee class, actually, has at least one skill that is like, this does more damage if executed from the enemy's rear, or this does more damage if executed from the enemy's flank. So, but that's a read your skills thing. As a caster, I don't have to worry about that. And now I have new boots. Check out my boots. Anyway, cool boots. What is this one? Defeat an occupied target. Coordinate. Is this just kill stuff, except in this case there's more than one target? And I have to be smart about which one I hit? Yeah, okay. So this is the same as the last one, it's just now I have to make sure I'm only attacking what the tank is attacking. The tank should be using area of effect skills. They don't here, but the tank should be using area of effect skills. Which thankfully in the tank tutorial, they do teach you, hey, make sure you use area of effect skills to grab everybody's attention. They do, however, say to use single target combos to build aggro, and like, you don't actually need to do that. You just use AoE a bunch, and as long as you have your tank stance on, you're fine. It's very hard to lose aggro as long as you're actively hitting enemies. Alright, strike the wrong foe 5 times and you fail. He's going after the staff. So let's start with the staff. Moving on to the fist fighter. Oh. Nice. Get him, Carby. Wham. Yeah. Come on, more deeps, more deeps. Healer, why are you just standing there? You should be doing damage. Do damage, healer. See, that's the thing, right? As a healer, your job is not to heal. Like, it is. That is part of your job. But your job is to prevent damage to the party. Which usually means if the enemies are dead, they can't hit you. So, it's not just don't let your allies die, it's make sure that you are doing damage to the enemy as much as you can. Remember, the only hit point that matters is the last one. Oh, did I get gear from that? I did not. Okay. Dang. Not every single one of these gives gear. Knocked my drink over almost. Woo. Wait. While avoiding attacks. Ah, I see. So now this is going to combine the last lessons into don't stand in the fire and kill things. Plan your strikes around some fancy footwork. Let's do it. Alright, cannot get hit 5 times. Also, since he's doing, like, great on attacks, I'm gonna try and stand kind of away from everyone else so that when those puddles come down, because he's targeting me, they don't hit my allies. Oops. There we go. Got him. Hey, pants. Love me some pants. Bib. You can't see the pants because they are under the robe, but new pants. Okay, so this is going to teach you about ads. You're going to be fighting, and oftentimes new enemies will appear mid-fight. And as a DPS, it's the tanks and the DPS. You gotta get on them quick, usually. Sometimes you can ignore the ads and just burn the main boss and it's fine. Sometimes you have to kill the ads. It's kind of fight dependent. Generally speaking, the safer option is to kill the ads, but it is not always correct. So make sure you know your fight. And if you don't know your fight, try stuff. And then if it doesn't work... Oh, hello. Now see, the tank should be picking this guy up and taking him off of me, but he's not because he's an NPC and he doesn't know any better. That's true. They're not called ads because of advertisements, but they are called ads because of additional enemies, but the shoe fits. Hey, level up. Nice. Interact with the battlefield. Okay. This is teaching you that sometimes there are things to do other than murder. Sometimes there are glowy things, and you need to click on them. Alright. Everything's clear. Let's do it. Now I happen to know kind of where the thing is going to show up, so I'm pre-positioning back here. Because that's going to show up and I'm going to have to interact with it. It's one of these, right? Bing. Alright. Die. Ruin. 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 Aha. Hey, brand new robe. And now you get to see the whole set together. Bam! Check this out. Pretty cool. And all together, it all works well. This is the first set, armor set. Yeah. It's good. And it looks different depending on if you're a caster or melee DPS or range DPS, I think. So, you can go if you switch classes and you want to do another low level class, you can do this training again and get the rewards again on a different class. Because right now, the rewards I have are the caster specific ones. But yeah, much better than the I'm a novice pajamas like this person is wearing. That is the novice pajamas. But they will upgrade one day to the brand new set. But yeah, which actually, I think this is the same outfit that the Arcanist Guild leader is wearing. Or, well, not the guild leader, because he's off on vacation. Am I? Oh, that's funny. But there is one more test. The final exercise, which you only have to do this once. The reward is the same for every single class. And this is the one that gives you the 30% XP ring. But you'll note, this one's in the field. Granted, so this is actually, you're in the overworld, but in an instanced version of the overworld. But this is Limsa Lominsa, like that's actually Aleport over there, which I will be visiting later. Actually, the first dungeon is like around the corner over there behind the cliff. But I will not be doing them tonight. Because after this, I am probably going to end stream. And I'll see about finding somebody to raid. Oh, another ad. I have to worry about my health. We got a healer for that. Yep, see? Back at full. Yes, these are perhaps Chorb's distant ancestors, or cousins. But they are poisonous. Dodos have a poison gland that they can use to great effect. Ow! Oh, it hit me. I stood in the fire. You'll note, it hit me with a ground attack. It interrupted my cast. Very much not a DPS higher situation. Oh, I moved too early. I tried to be cool and slide cast. But I was not cool. I know I stood in the fire. I made an executive decision to get the cast going. Because I knew the timing was going to be just right. Do as I say, not as I do. Can you eat dodo? Yes, you can eat dodo. They are venomous, not poisonous. Sorry. The status effect they give you is called poison, but technically they would be venomous. They have venom that poisons you, I guess would be the way to say it correctly. But dodo meat is, grilled dodo tenderloin is a dish that you can acquire. Dodo tenderloin. Tasty. I'm just gonna kill you. I don't gotta dodge it if you're dead! Ha ha! Brand new ring. Look at that. Increases EXP earned by 30% when level 30 and below, and it's +3 to all your main stats. Is very shiny. Alright. Alright, and with that, we've got some things to do next time. Got to level 16, and established ourselves a little bit here in Limsa Lominsa. Next time, next Tuesday, we will continue the story and be continuing the adventures of Blippi Benui. Further north in Limsa and Lenosha. Alright, let's find somebody to raid. Well, there's a pretty big FF14 variety streamer that's streaming right now. Let's raid Whoops. I don't know if he accepts raids. Let's see. /raid. Oops. Does it work? Oh, he is? Or they? I forget. I don't think I actually follow Mojave. Oh well. We're going to Roops. Go see some, Oh, wait, you know what? No, spoilers. He's doing endgame stuff. I can't show it to you. Ah, that's a shame. I can't show you FF14 stuff because of spoilers. No. Oh. Alright, I don't know. What's Mojave's username? Because I can just raid. But I need to here, actually, Jinx, here. I'm just gonna congratulations, Jinx. Whoa. How do I mod you? Did that work? Have you been deputized? Mods can't start raids? That's lame. Well, you've been deputized anyway. Well, lame. Alright, /raid, Lake, Mo. Okay. Lake Mojave, intended for mature audiences, so be advised. But here we go. Raid phrase is, Catboys. That's our raid phrase. I don't know what, Sebastian, or what he's doing, but alright, we're raiding. Cheers, folks! See you next week, and also tomorrow, because I will be doing XCOM tomorrow. But for now, take care.